Good morning, members, officers and any members of the public joining us today. Welcome to this meeting of the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Martin Khan and I'm Chair of the committee. My Vice Chair is Councillor Peter Flame. Those in the chamber are reminded that the meeting is being live streamed. By your presence here in the chamber and via video conference, you are deemed to have consented to being filmed and to use the use of images and sound recordings for a webcast and archive recording. May I ask those who are joining us remotely to ensure that their camera and microphone remain off unless they are addressing the committee. For those of us present in the room, please ensure your microphone is close to you and speak clearly when addressing the room. I'm advised there will be a brief fire alarm at 10:30 a.m, so we will briefly pause the meeting at that time. For those of us in the chamber, please note that we do not have to leave the building during these tests. If at any time a member leaves the meeting, would they please make the fact known so that it can be recorded in the minutes. Before we move on to the rest of our business, I would like to propose a variance in the order of business to take application 23/01581/4 Manor Farm Horningsea as the fifth item of business, effectively swapping it in application 23/01134/4 Melbourne Science Park in the running order. Do I have a seconder for this proposal?
Second that, Chair.
Can I take it by affirmation? Thank you very much. Thank you, members. The variance of the order of business is agreed. Item 2 on our agenda is apologies for absence. Lawrence, are there any apologies for absence today?
Thank you, Chair. No apologies for absence. Councillor Heather Williams is just joining us.
Yes,
so, yeah, full house. Thank you.
Members, we have now come to item 3, declarations of interest. Do any members have interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? If an interest subsequently becomes apparent later in the meeting, please would you raise it at that point? Do we have any points of interest? Councillor Flame.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think I should declare non-pecuniary interest in relation to what is listed as item 5, Melbourne Science Park, in that I'm a member of CPPF, which has submitted a view on that, and also in relation to Manor Farm Clayhythe, in that I'm a professional member of the Country Land and Business Association, which has submitted a view on that. But I haven't discussed either case with the organisations concerned, and it doesn't affect my... I come to this afresh.
Councillor Redrup.
Yes, for the same item that was at item 5 in our agendas, it was just to declare that I have been a customer at the Melbourne Hub and the Melbourne swimming pool, and I'd probably continue to be a user of that service as a member of the public, but I come to the application with an open mind, ready to listen to the debate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other declarations of interest? Thank you very much. Now, minutes, item 4, minutes of the previous meeting, which covers the meetings held on both the meetings held on 17th of January and the 14th of February 2024. First, we have the minutes of the meeting held on 17th of January up for approval. Do any members wish to make amendments to these minutes? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. I note at the top of page 10, it is noted that Councillor Heather Williams rejoined the committee. And then halfway down page 15, it is again noted that Councillor Heather Williams rejoined the committee. At no point is it noted that she left the committee, so there's an error there.
Can we have any clarification, Lawrence?
I believe Councillor Sanford has pointed out an error in my work. I do apologise, and I will amend, I will review and find when Councillor Williams left the meeting and amend accordingly. Thank you, Councillor Sanford.
I've got an amendment on page 13, a typo. On the final paragraph, the Conservation Officer, it says the Conservation Officer had commented that there was less than substantial harm to heritage assets, which he felt were mitigated improvements to the woodland. There should be the word, I think, by after mitigated there. So that's any other amendments? Can we take these by, approve them by affirmation? Okay. Okay, the minutes of the meeting on the 14th of February, can we have them up on the screen?
Apologies, Chair, do bear with me.
They have been circulated.
Yeah, I know. Now, are there any comments, amendments to these minutes? No. Can we, Councillor Redrup?
Sorry, I haven't seen these yet because they weren't part of this agenda, so I'm not sure I can vote on them.
They were circulated separately to members, but
My apologies.
Perhaps you could scroll. Perhaps you could scroll in a bit.
yeah.
So apologies, so just for clarity, these are the minutes of the February meeting of the committee that were published earlier this week as an online supplement.
I thought if you wanted to defer, that would be fine. No, I think none of the people have seen them who were present here. Have other members read the minute, seen these minutes? Anybody else? Councillor Wilson.
I have seen the minutes, but I wasn't present at that meeting, so I can't vote.
Okay.
Sorry, I did see the minutes.
Yeah. Okay. I think we've got enough people who are here to be able to confirm. I propose that we approve these by affirmation, or by members who were present at the meeting. Who would not be voting? Councillor Redrup and Councillor Wilson. Do other members agree by affirmation? Agreed. Okay, thank you. Now we come to thank you. The members, the minutes of the meeting held on the 14th of February 2024 agreed as a correct record. Members, as per the agreed variance in the order of business, we will now address application 23/01581/4 Manor Farm, Clayhurst Road, Horningsea. This is listed as agenda item 6 in our agendas. Conversion of existing vacant farm buildings into 7 dwellings with access, parking, landscaping and associated infrastructure. The application is being reported to committee due to a call-in from local member Councillor Graham Cohn and third-party representations. The key issue is departure from local policy. The site was visited on the 7th of February 2024, and the officer's recommendation is refusal. Amy Stocks is the presenting officer. Amy, can we have your presentation? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. So the application in front of members today is the Manor Farm, Clayhurst Road, Horningsea application for the conversion of existing vacant farm buildings into 7 dwellings with access, parking, landscaping and associated infrastructure. Just some points of clarification before I start my presentation. So a third-party rep was received, which was not mentioned in the report. However, it was felt that the comment echoed what other representations had been saying, and those points were addressed within the committee report. The parish council wants to clarify that they support the application, so the comment submitted by the parish council is listed within the committee report as just comment. That should now be read as support. The previous application was deferred from committee on section 106 grounds, just to remind everyone why it's coming back today. And just to clarify that further information was submitted to members at the beginning of this week, but was not submitted to officers. And there was a inaccuracy in that document that I just wanted to highlight. On page 11 of this document, it was stated that a Section 106 agreement was agreed. This is not the case. The Section 106 contributions that are outlined in the officer's report have not been formally agreed, and they are just proposed at the moment. So the agreement has not been instructed, it has not been drafted, it is just the contributions that have been highlighted. So moving on, the location plan, the site itself lies within the development framework boundary of Horningsea. It's also within the Horningsea Conservation Area. The site is adjacent to the green belt, which is on this side of the application site. The manor house property here is grade 2 listed, while the farm buildings that are within the curtilage of this dwelling are curtilage listed with that grade 2 house. To the north of the site is open countryside. To the east of the site are 1 and 2 Manor Cottage and Clayhythe Road. To the south of the site is an area of green associated with the manor house. And to the west of the site is an area of green space and properties which front onto Dock Lane. Site constraints or designations that affect this site, like I said before, it's within the Horningsea Conservation Area, it is within the setting of a listed building, and all the buildings are curtilage listed. It is adjacent to the green belt, within the framework of Horningsea. The existing site presently has disused farm buildings, just to show what the existing site looks like for context. The proposed site plan sees the conversion of these buildings into 7 dwellings with access, parking, landscaping and associated infrastructure. The dwellings do not meet space standards, but as they are not new builds, they do not require to meet this standard. And the overall size of the dwellings are considered to be suitable. Each dwelling will benefit from 2 car spaces, a private garden, and with kind of facing onto this farmyard area communal amenity space. All the private amenity spaces do meet or exceed the recommendations of the Council's District Design Guide. Plots 1 to 5 ground floor plans, just for context of what these properties will look like. Bedroom 4 of plot 4 does measure under the space standards for a double room, so has been listed as a single, but again, they do not need to meet it. I just thought I would highlight it. For completeness, this is what the first floor of these properties will look like. Again, there is no proposal to increase the height. It is purely just to convert these buildings to be fit for housing. Plots 1 to 5, which the plans I've just shown for floor plans, will remain within the existing fabric of the building, retaining the appearance and the character of the barns. The courtyards between these barns have been used as a central point when converting the structures to keep the appearance with minimal domesticated private gardens. The property will be these properties within the courtyard area will be separated by a mixture of low level kind of fencing, brick walls and hedging, just to maintain that openness. Plot 6, much like plots 1 to 5, will remain relatively untouched, apart from the inclusion of glazed screens, or windows rather, to convert it into a dwelling, but the fabric of the building will remain relatively unchanged and there will be no increase in height. Again, very similar to plot 7. Plot 7 will maintain the fabric of the building where possible, but it does see the most change. The existing structure is currently an open-fronted barn, so where the structure is presently open, this will be infilled with walls and windows to make it into a residential property. Cart lodges will also be retained on site to allow for parking, to keep that farmyard aesthetic through the development. And just for context of what the landscaping will look like, again, it's quite a lot of greenery to low-level walls to maintain that openness. So in terms of policies, this application, officers find this application unsuitable because of the principle of the development. So policy S11 sets out that in very special circumstances, slightly larger developments within infill villages, which is stipulated to be 2 dwellings per proposal, which is exceeded in this instance where 7 is being proposed, can be permitted where it would lead to a sustainable recycling of brownfield site. However, this site does not constitute as brownfield land, so therefore cannot comply with this part of the policy. So then, as I said, the number of dwellings proposed on site exceeds the stipulated limit by 5. So therefore is in direct conflict with policy S11 of the South Cambridgeshire local plan. Policy, again, S11 refers to the conversion of redevelopment into residential buildings that would not result in a loss of employment. The applicant had submitted a supporting agricultural statement which did state that the farm buildings had remained unused since 2021. This was when the last occupant concluded their tenancy on the site. Officers acknowledged that it's not uncommon to convert these types of buildings. However, the applicant had not demonstrated that the proposed conversion would not result in a loss of employment. Although vacant, the buildings were used for employment in the agricultural industry, and therefore demonstrating of how this conversion would not lead to a loss of employment, a loss of local employment would be required to see how these buildings are not suitable for present-day agricultural use. The infill villages are one of the smallest villages in South Cambridgeshire. These villages often have a poor range of services and facilities, requiring many people that live within them to travel outside of their villages for their needs. The development on this scale any development on this scale would be unsuitable in these villages, so therefore it has been stipulated that only 2 dwellings would be allowed under proposals that seek to create new residential developments. Horningsea does have a local hall. It has 2 pubs. There is no primary school or secondary school. There is no general practitioners, food store, post offices, post library, or any formal sports space. Public transport opportunities within the village are limited, with the number 19 bus providing 2 buses into Cambridge in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. So the proposal fails to promote sustainable transport due to the limited access to insufficient infrastructure and is therefore contrary to policies S2, S3, S7 and TI2. So it's for, just to also highlight as I said before, the application was deferred last month for proposed Section 106 contributions. So I thought I would include a summary of what these contributions would be going towards. A total contributions of £61,499.26 would be proposed for this application. What each of these contributions has been further explained in the officer's report. So on balance, although with matters, there is benefits with these structures, and it would provide housing and would be appropriate and design responsive to heritage assets and would unlikely impact neighbouring properties, it is unacceptable. The proposal is unacceptable in principle, as it does contrary to policies S2, S3, S7 and S11 and TI2. And it is for these reasons that I've mentioned before, that officer's recommendation is for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have any questions or points of clarification from members? Councillor Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. We had some letters through giving extra information about this, and one was mentioning the Horningsea Greenway that would go, I believe, past the site. I just wondered if that had any impact on the consideration of whether it passes TI2 policy. Thank you.
I'll just have to see if I can find the route of where the greenway is supposed to go, because at the minute I haven't got access to it, but I'll come back to you.
Councillor Heather Williams.
First of all, sorry. GCP project's been mentioned, so I should declare that I'm a member of the Great Cambridge Partnership Assembly. Just some clarification as to the second bullet point down. It says about there being 7 dwellings and the maximum indicative size is 2. But obviously, indicative suggests that it's a suggestion as opposed to a rule. Could you expand a bit on that and the importance of that, please?
So indicative, as you rightly said, it kind of says about it could potentially be considered acceptable. However, under where it is at the moment within the infill village and where people would have to go outside of the village to meet their needs, we kind of deemed it to be unacceptable where that infrastructure can't support those proposed dwellings, as well as the Part 2 of that policy refers to reuse of brownfield sites. This application site doesn't constitute as a brownfield site, so there are ways that a proposal of this size could be deemed acceptable, but officers thought in this instance that it just didn't meet that criteria.
Councillor Hawken.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, can you please explain what the definition of brownfield is? Sorry, I have several questions.
So a brownfield site is land that has been previously developed or has been occupied by a permanent structure, including the curtilage of the developed land. However, under the MPPF Annex 2, this definition does exclude agricultural land, which this site is.
So it specifically excludes?
Yeah.
Okay.
And forestry.
Right. Chair, if I may, you also said that there was no proof that employment space would not be lost, if I'm right. What was asked of the applicant and what did they produce that was not sufficient?
So the applicant provided information on the tenancy of the site and basically provided a statement as to why they deemed that the agricultural buildings would not be acceptable anymore to be used for that purpose. Usually when it comes to loss of employment, we like to see that there has been measures put in to show that there has been some marketing to show that there isn't a need for it and that there would be no need to have agricultural provisions in this location. And as the tenancy was concluded in 2021, officers felt that it was still within a reasonable time frame that area could still have been used for agricultural purposes, and the information wasn't provided.
Okay. So there's no proof of it being on the market and not selling?
Yeah.
Or whatever. Okay. You also mentioned that there's some of the rooms did not meet the standards. What proportion are we talking about?
It's only a few meters with bedroom. It was with the bedrooms. I think it was plot 4. So plot 4. Sorry, 1 minute. Yeah, plot 4, bedroom 4 measures as a single bedroom only, but it was listed on the plans as a double. So I just wanted to make sure in the report that was produced that I listed them as a single rather than a double, despite what the plans had shown.
Okay.
But because this is a conversion and not a new build, the standards only apply to new build dwellings. So it doesn't have to meet space standards. But I just wanted to. The proposed dwellings are of sufficient enough size to produce. But I just thought it would be useful to highlight.
Okay. Last but not least, Chair. In terms of the last point about the disproportionate number of additional journeys, I didn't see that. Pardon me if I didn't notice it. Was there a traffic calculation that shows that it's disproportionate to what is there now?
I'd have to double check with the transport assessments, but the officers felt that where there would be an introduction of residential movements at the moment, while at the site is what the applicant had confirmed is used. So where agricultural traffic would have been going in and out of this access normally, the access is moving up the road from, I can go back if that's helpful. So the access at the moment, the current access is here. It is moving up to here. But each of these dwellings will benefit from 2 car spaces, so we considered that there would be more movements coming out of this access, and it being an infill village as well, people are more likely to travel outside for their needs, so then it would generate a higher level of traffic coming out of this access, kind of exacerbated by the need to travel outside of Horningsea for needs.
So the term disproportionate is relative to the current use of the site or the previous use of the site
It would have,
as agricultural, rather than relative to the traffic going out of Horningsea itself.
Yes, yeah. So I can,
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Sorry, yeah.
If I can just come back on the Horningsea Greenway, I've just had a look at the route, and the shared use path is going between Horningsea and Fenditton, proposed when it is installed. So that won't have an impact on the assessment against S11, because obviously it would still be considered to be an infill village. However, once in place, potentially could have an impact on the assessment against TI2, but obviously that's not there at present, so the assessment is based on what's there at the minute.
Thank you.
Any other? Sorry, I have a question. If this had not been a listed building, would the development have been possible under permitted development rights?
under Class Q, yeah. So it would have been, but because the site is curtilage listed, it was not.
In terms of context, in the village, would this, if it were given permission, are there many other similar structures for which it would create a precedent in the village?
Yeah, so the application itself has to be reviewed on its own merits of the application. There are kind of barn structures within Horningsea, but it would be at the moment that the application has to be reviewed on its own merit.
Okay, now, Councillor Heather Williams.
Sorry, Chair, it's just on the Greenway. At what stage of the Greenways planning process, because Greenways is one thing that we've actually all been able to agree on at the GCP, and is actually being pursued and going forward. So at what point, what's the tipping point for it to be able to be considered? What part of the process would it need to be at? Because this one was one of the first, I think. It's quite a very, very long way down that road, and should be one of the first, I'd hope, to come online.
I can see that the traffic order is out for consultation at the minute. I would say, unfortunately, until it's started construction as such, that we probably we know it's coming, if that makes sense. But until they start the construction, then I would say that is when we would assess the proposal against TI2, whether that makes any changes to TI2. It's almost there, but the officer recommendation relates to, sorry if I can just get the reason for refusal, relates to mainly to S11 anyway, rather than SI2.
Councillor.
Thank you. So I appreciate I'm putting officers on this one, but I think it's quite an important point, and other members have raised it. Chair, it is always when I'm speaking. I obviously have a thing about 10:30 on a Wednesday opening my mouth. It's a plot, is it? Well, that's from a cabinet member, so I'll take that as read. It's a plot against the Leader of the Opposition, is it, Bill? Right, they'll do anything to silence me. But on this one, on other applications, we've had things like CSET, which are nowhere near being incorporated in and sort of relied upon as future, sustainable transport, even when it was paused. So it does feel a bit odd. Is it because it's a busway rather than a greenway? Because normally it's the further you go along the process, the more weight you would give. And I'd have thought, given the fact we're at that traffic order, we'd be applying more weight than we would perhaps when the application was first submitted, or before that happened. It just seems odd that we put weight in one respect and not another.
If I can come back on that, so the village is actually listed as an infill village under S11, which relates to the kind of the restriction on the number of dwellings being. The wording is sorry, I just want to get the wording exactly right. Not more than 2 dwellings. The further assessment that's been done in terms of whether it's a sustainable location is the one that is done under TI2, which talks about being a sustainable location in terms of creating more journeys. So the link for the greenway will be between Horningsea and Fen Ditton, which will give access to a group village for some day-to-day facilities. So, but the officer main assessment relates to the policy relating to a restriction on the number of units. So
Sorry to interrupt, but the idea of it goes to Fen Ditton, but it connects on to other. I mean, Fen Ditton and Cambridge City. I mean, Marley is part of Fen Ditton. Do you see what I mean? The idea is that this greenway does connect on, and so would actually take people into the city. We don't often just do a greenway village to village. The idea is to give sustainable transport into the centre itself. It's just that's the sort of phase, as it were.
Yeah, if I can come back, so the reference, the reason that officers are recommending for refusal is a direct conflict with S11. So the fact that it's more than 2 proposed units, rather than just an unsustainable location. Does that make sense?
Thank you, and I'll try and avoid 10:30 next week, Madam Chair.
Councillor Harvey.
Thanks. Just on a sort of technical point, if this were to be taken to appeal and in the intervening period the Greenway had been implemented, I mean, would the inspector be allowed to take that new context into account, or would it have to be somehow judged on a sort of outdated context?
So the officer recommendation, as I've said, relates to policy S11 within the main wording of the policy, and also relates to excessive number of units representing overdevelopment and therefore being an unsustainable form of development. So there is a reference, obviously, within our reason for refusal to TI2, and we have made an assessment in the report in relation to TI2. If the Greenway is open, then that provides a more sustainable travel option for residents to get to Fen Ditton and then on to Cambridge. However, people could cycle that way at present. However, it will be a safer cycle route between the two. We will still obviously refer to it in our defending of our reason for refusal if it got to that point. But however, we would have to point out that Greenway is open by the time, if it got to appeal, by the time it got to that point. However, I just wanted to reiterate that the officer's main recommendation in terms of reasons for refusal relates to the more than 2 units, relying mainly on policy S11.
Sorry.
Me.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Councillor.
Yeah, I wanted to come back with a question about this direct conflict with S11. in particular in relation to paragraph 3 of that, which says in very exceptional circumstances, a slightly larger development not exceeding not more than 8 dwellings may be permitted, where this would lead to sustainable recycling of a brownfield site. Now, as was explained earlier on, the Annex 2 definition of brownfield site excludes agriculture, and I assume also includes land previously used for agriculture, because I think we've established this site has not been used for agriculture since 20 or 21. I just wonder if there are other exceptional circumstances that might bring into effect that paragraph, such as, for instance, the preservation of curtilage-listed buildings, or is it specifically restricted to brownfield? Also, I wonder whether the definition of brownfield might be affected by the current government consultation on brownfield, which I recognise is just a consultation, open for another 10 days or so, which specifically refers to encouraging the reuse of previously used buildings rather than just of previously used buildings on brownfield land. Might that be a factor in this?
So under policy S11, with the kind of what is stipulated there under what is acceptable, where it does say maybe to where this would lead to sustainable recycling of a brownfield site, if the site was brownfield, then that would be okay. But because the site isn't being kind of say bound by policy, but it is kind of there where we can't really deviate from that, as it is not a brownfield site. Under the definition of the brownfield site, I've gone under the MPPF definition and what Annex 2 refers to. I can't really take into consideration the consultation as of yet, because that definition hasn't been adopted. So it can only really work with what's allowed at the moment.
Do you have any further questions? Thank you very much indeed. Now we move on to the other speakers, public speakers. Can I call Nick Dapin, the applicant, Nick Dakin? Thank you very much indeed. Just to remind you, you have 3 minutes. If we exceed 3 minutes, we will come. We will cut you short at that point in time. So thank you very much indeed. Bye. Thank you. Well, thank you. I want to listen to you now.
I'd like to just comment on a couple of points that have been raised here. On room sizes, revised drawings were submitted on the 24th of November. I've just been shown the email, and they are now compliant. On the section 106, the sum has been agreed. We are not, we just haven't signed it at the moment, obviously. The parish council representation wasn't an objection, it was comments, and for the record, we have visited them and addressed all their comments to their satisfaction. They now support the application. There was also mention of loss of employment. To clarify, the farmer surrendered the lease on Horningsea Manor House and farm buildings, but not the farmland, which he continued to farm from a new farmhouse and modern farmyard nearby. There was no loss of employment. Now derelict, these farm buildings are adjacent to Grade 2 Horningsea Manor, and therefore curtilage listed. They are inside the conservation area, inside the village envelope, and in walking distance of village facilities. In addition, shops, schools, train stations, and employment centres at Waterbeach, Fenditton, and Milton are all easily accessible by cycle, with Cambridge reachable in about 20 minutes. Recommendation is refusal, mainly citing policy S11 of the local plan, limiting infill new developments to, quote, not more than 2 dwellings. This is followed by the words indicative size, suggesting some leeway. This policy was introduced for sound reasons, but surely was never intended to block the restoration of heritage buildings. Limiting the conversion of 12,000 square feet of buildings in 1.2 acres to 2 dwellings defies all reason. The 2 huge houses created, interlocking and overlooking each other, would be so commercially unviable that it would give the land a very low or even a minus value. So nothing will happen. hardly satisfactory in terms of land use or heritage conservation. If this was a derelict factory, it would be classed as brownfield, and up to 8 dwellings could be consented. But farm buildings, however derelict, cannot be classed as brownfield. If these buildings were outside the village envelope, in a remote location miles from many facilities, the 2-dwelling limit also could not be applied. This application is supported by the village, the parish council, South Cam's own conservation team, and all the immediate neighbours, who are dismayed at the prospect of looking out at a derelict farmyard forevermore for want of a viable consent. This will recycle an eyesore into a heritage asset, enhance the setting of historic Horningsea Manor, and the 7 family homes created will support Horningsea's businesses and many thriving clubs and activities. The planning system gives plenty of scope to make exceptions to planning policies when balanced against, in this case, considerable local support and many heritage and community benefits. Rather than lying derelict, these heritage buildings could be preserved by sympathetic conversion to 7 family homes within a village, thus providing desperately needed new housing stock without any building whatsoever in the open countryside.
Thank you very much indeed. Do we have any questions for Mr. Dakin? Councillor Fane.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Dakin, you referred to accessibility to shops in other villages. I wonder if you could clarify for us what is the position of shops within the village, in particular Scottsdale's. I believe they have a food hall, is that right?
There's Scottsdale's and a farm shop.
Thank you. One point was raised is that the possibility of continuing agriculture use by offering the buildings for sale or rent has not been examined. Can you give some indication of what the possibility would be for other agricultural holdings, for instance, to use the buildings?
Nil. The buildings haven't actually been used for mainstream agriculture since the 80s. They are very derelict, totally unsuitable for modern agricultural operations.
Thank you. Do we have other questions for Mr. Councillor? Dr. Horgan.
Thank you, Mr. Dakin. Can you just clarify when you say the buildings as they are now would not be suitable for today's farming?
Well, they're Victorian buildings, which aren't suitable for today's farming. You need big tin Atcos type sheds now, which is what they've got up the road. More modern buildings altogether. The last time these buildings had anything done to them, the buildings in question, was in 1963 when they fitted a state-of-the-art grain dryer. It's still there, that wooden structure. But that's the last time anything was done to them to make them suitable for agriculture. In general, Victorian farm buildings aren't suitable for agriculture. Thank you.
Councillor Vedra.
Just looking at your plans, I wondered what the heating options were for all of them. I could see air pumps for most of them, but air source heat pumps, but I couldn't see anything for plot 4, I think. I was just wondering what the plans were. Thank you. Or maybe 3. Sorry.
I believe they're all heat pumps. I haven't got the plans with me, but I've been assured that they're all heat pumps.
Thank you.
Have we any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Dakin. Now we have a community supporter, Mr. Michael Hellowell. I'll just remind you that you're limited to 3 minutes. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Good morning. As you've heard, I'm Michael Hellowell. I've lived in Horningsea, believe it or not, over 50 years. I've always been very active in the village affairs, and I have been involved in the installation of the new village green, the village hall, and numerous other village initiatives. I'm a past member and chairman of the parish council, and have spoken here many times before on planning matters pertaining to Horningsea. I'm familiar with policy S11, which seeks to limit infill developments in villages with few facilities to 2 dwellings, and I can quite see the sense of it. However, I do think it's a mistake to apply it to this particular application. Many in Horningsea would disagree with the description of it having a low level of facilities. We have a pub, we have a hotel or a restaurant, which is also a second pub. We've got a farm shop, which we try hard to encourage to do good business. And of course, we've got a garden centre, which is more than a garden centre, it's a supermarket in many cases. We are a vibrant village. We have social life, many events, and societies. We've got all sorts of societies going on within the village. It's very easy to access other facilities in Fenditton, Waterbeach, Milton, over the bridge at Clayhythe, and indeed into Cambridge itself, which can be accessed in about 20 minutes by cycle, via the recently widened cycleway to Fenditton. Current green transport, local infrastructure proposals under consideration can only enhance this accessibility. I also disagree with the imposition of the two-dwelling-only policy on the conversion of these buildings. The policy was never conceived to prevent the preservation of historic buildings such as these that we have in Horningsea. This situation is somewhat unique in that Horningsea Manor Farmyard is probably one of the last farmyards within a village in South Cambridgeshire that has not been developed. The two-dwelling policy was only brought in, I understand, in 2018, since when there have been no applications for similar conversion projects. This is because there are none left to convert, making this a unique situation without precedent in planning terms, but that should not mean that good old-fashioned common sense can't be applied. Consideration should also be given to the households abutting the farm buildings, who are all very concerned that the enforcement of the two-dwelling-only policy could see them lying derelict, a magnet for criminality and vandalism.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Do I have any questions for Mr. Helliwell? Yeah, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask you, do you have any visiting, like milkmen, grocers, fishmongers? Do you have those delivering in the village so that people don't have to go to shops to stock up on these items?
A mile and a half up the road, of course, we have got marvellous facilities at Waterbeach, and a mile down the road, the same at Fenditton. But we do have, we do have our milk delivered by Plum Dairy. They come on a regular basis. The newsagents from Waterbeach bring us newspapers every morning. And we have a fishman that will come on a regular basis.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? And thank you very much, Mr. Helliwell. Now we come to the local member, Councillor Graham Cohn. He's online. Graham, you know the score, 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thanks for allowing me to speak, Chair. Can you hear me okay? Lovely. I have always felt it is a real shame that this unused, unloved site with really old, interesting buildings could not be put to better use. I truly believe that the application that we have in front of us today seeks to do exactly that, preserving the buildings that are already on site and much of the landscaping and planting, whilst turning it from an unattractive derelict site into something useful. I believe these plans brilliantly preserve the site as it is, whilst providing well thought out accommodation whilst being sensitive to the conservation area. It is really nice to see a number of homes being delivered on an existing footprint, not affecting the green belt and within the village framework. I would next like to address the reason for refusal, which is why I have called this application into committee. I understand officers have to adhere to policy, but I hope that the committee will take a more objective view. Policy S11 of the local plan limits infill developments to, quote, not more than 2 dwellings, followed by the words indicative size, in brackets, indicating some leeway, hence me calling it in. It is this leeway that I want the committee to consider. This development would deliver an additional 5 dwellings over and above the 2 dwelling policy, but given the size of this infill site and preserving the buildings and the footprint that is existing, their 2 dwellings on site would be absolutely the wrong thing to do in my mind for the following reasons. I struggle to see that putting 2 dwellings on this site would be viable, leaving the current situation with the unused buildings and derelict site for the foreseeable future. Keeping the to just 2 buildings would split the site into 2 properties, creating lots of unused space. 2 dwellings would be very big and far more expensive, putting them out of the reach of most people. If this site was an unused factory or an office block rather than an agricultural building, the footprint would be deemed to be brownfield site, meaning the site would be eligible for 8 houses anyway under our current policy. It is these areas that I want the committee to use their discretion and judgment over, and in my mind, that the site is a sensible site for development. It's a win for the council as it provides more homes. It's a win for Horlingsey, upgrading the current site. It's a win for residents, making more housing available to local people and other. So I just want to also add that there's been no objections from residents, the parish council, local councillors, which is very unusual, and it's very well connected to both Fen Ditton and
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Councillor Cohen? Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Councillor Cohen, you might have heard the conversation earlier around the Greenway and the sort of where that's at. Could you give us some local knowledge as to that sort of commute into Cambridge in a sustainable way?
Yeah, so it's long been earmarked that the Greenway would run through Horlingsey onto Fen Ditton into Cambridge, essentially. Actually, currently, Horlingsey is pretty well served. We've talked about the pubs, Scottsdales with food provision, deliveries, etc. That Councillor Wilson mentioned. So it is pretty well served in its own right, actually, as a village. But if you were taking your children to school, that would be done via a very quick cycle to Fen Ditton at the primary school, for example. There are buses that stop in Horlingsey, albeit not as frequently as I would like. But yeah, in terms of the Greenway, I mean, it is well connected. The cycle path has already been widened to make it safer and to make that commute easier into the city, essentially. So actually, you know, you're talking minutes walking or cycling from Horlingsey to Fen Ditton, which has all of the services that were described earlier in terms of community buildings, schools, shops, etc.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Thank you very much, Councillor Cohen.
Thank you for letting me speak, Chair.
Okay, now we come to the debate. Do we have any comments for the debate? Councillor Wilson.
I'm just thinking about policy S11. This was made for the local plan in 2018, but since 2018 there have been significant changes in the way people live their lives. A lot more people work from home, and people use more online shopping for their daily needs. So I understand the purpose that setting a maximum of 2 because of car journeys to go to work and to and travel by car for daily needs. I was looking for the right terminology, but I think things have changed significantly since we've had the pandemic, that more people are working from home and people are using online deliveries much more, so that people living in these homes would have access to whatever they need for their daily needs by ordering online, perhaps. I was just thinking that setting the 2, I understand the purpose of it, but I think that things have changed significantly, that it's perhaps not quite so significant now.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Having listened to all the representations, which all seem to be very much in favour of this application, I think this is a situation where we should use our common sense and the committee should agree to vary from policy. It's pretty obvious that those of us who visited the site know the buildings are derelict. There's probably no possibility whatsoever of them reverting to agricultural use, as the local resident explained, and the developer as well. And from what I can see, these are sympathetic, well-designed conversions of some very old buildings. So I will be tending towards voting in favour of this application.
Okay. Councillor Williams. No, Heather Williams.
Thank you. There are 2 of us today, Chair. So when it comes to, I'm going to look at our sort of approval refusal chart. I've got that in front of me. When it comes to sustainable development, I think we do have to look at the sustainability of the existing villages as well, because Horningsea has a lot more than a lot of other villages, and that's because there's a community there to support it. And we know very much from some of our parishes that if you don't actually have enough sustainable or enough development, that you can end up losing those forms of or services. So I'm not proposing that every village takes 8 houses. I want to make that very clear, Chair, because some of my own villages would be very angry with me for that. But I do think it is right that we have a sensible conversation about whether development is right for that to support those local facilities as well. Otherwise, we're just making more houses unsustainable. I do believe that there is already cycle provision, and like I say, I know that the greenway is to sort of put the hard standing in and what have you, but it's already been widened. It's very much down that road now. So I do think that it benefits, or by the time this is built out, most likely will benefit from a very sustainable route into Cambridge, and definitely to Fenditton, where a lot of the schools and day-to-day would be. So for me, I don't, in my opinion, think that it is unsustainable to have 7 houses in Horningsea. That then makes me look at the bullet point we have on the site, and this sort of infill indicative 2, but as we can see from the policy itself, as one of the public speakers has said, if we look at point 3 of that, it says that a slightly larger development, not more than 8 dwellings, may be permitted. Now, and it does then go into this question around brownfield sites. So for me, it's not so much the numbers, because the 8 is within that policy. It's this situation around the brownfield and our interpretation of our policy, which we in here don't call brownfield, we call previously developed land. And when we look at the definition of that, it does say this excludes land that is or has been occupied by agriculture. But for me, there is the words exactly that are written, and then there is our interpretation of those words and how we see it going forward. Now, I see that very sensibly to do two purposes. One is to make sure we don't lose working agricultural buildings for development, and that people, because there are certain permitted development rights around it, that people don't pop up with a building, put a tractor in it, therefore it's then classed as being used, then remove it and then develop it. So the sort of the purpose of that, I completely see and support that sort of abuse of the system. It's a trying to close a loophole. But I see that very much as usable agricultural buildings. I think that is how we should be interpreting it in the merit of which it was wrote, which I interpret as to protect usable buildings. Given the type of agriculture in our area, those buildings would not be suitable, and I don't imagine would meet any of the sort of almost statutory requirements that would be required for numerous reasons for agriculture in that way, in the storing of food and the like. We have the listed building, and we do have policies that say that we should support applications that can enhance the area of that listed building. So I understand why it's been recommended refusal to us. However, my interpretation of the definition of previously developed land means I don't believe it was meant for this sort of situation with these historical and anything that can be done to maintain the fabric of these buildings so they can still be used rather than just left into disrepair. And it's horrific in my eyes when we lose those historical features. And we've sat here with some buildings, historical buildings that have had to be got rid of and bulldozed, and there's very little salvageable. So if something can be done, I'm minded also to use common sense and what I feel is more in line with the spirit of how this was written.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be voting to support this application, so against the recommendation for refusal. I think our local plan is there obviously to protect the district and to protect villages from overdevelopment, but it shouldn't be used to fossilise communities. We don't do villages any favours if we fossilise them, and we refuse to allow sensible, proportionate, well-designed, sympathetic, as has already been said, and very well supported developments. On the sustainability point, I think again we do need to apply common sense here. The reality of life in most villages in South Cambridgeshire is that you need a car to access local services. I live in a village, the main village in my ward, Whittlesford, which is a group village, and larger developments would be allowed. But the reality is you need a car in Whittlesford to access local services. You need a car for a GP, you need a car if you wanted to get to the secondary school, although there is a bus. Most of the time, if you want to access a shop, you go to Shelford or you go to Sawston. There is a village shop, but it's only open a relatively limited number of days, and obviously it's not suitable for all needs, very good though it is. Excellent local shop, I should say. But the reality of life is that you need a car. And that's the same in group villages, it's the same in infill villages, and I don't think we should use that as a reason to prevent, as I say, well-designed, well-supported development. So I don't find the argument about sustainability convincing or desirable in this case. I would add one other thing. I mean, I think the presence or absence of a school seems to be quite important, whether a village falls within the group category or the infill category. But I think, I've just done Google Maps. It's 1.5 miles straight line from this site to Fenditton School. That is less distance than the distance between many parts of my village, my ward rather, and the nearest local school. So I think we ought not to get too hung up on things like this. I think we need to apply common sense, and I will certainly be supporting this development. Thank you.
Councillor Handley.
Thank you, Chair. I won't make a speech. I actually, we've got to accept that our officers are here working to the rules that have been set. Okay? And what I'm about to say is in no way a comment on their decision or their judgment. But I actually agree with a lot of what's been said, both by colleagues on the planning committee and also by the commentators we heard earlier. I actually think we're here to add a bit of interpretation to the rules as presented and the case as presented by the officers. And I'm inclined to use I would support the case for us to use our discretion on this occasion, because I do think it looks to be a good development and one that which actually enhance the village of Horningsea and not detract from it.
Councillor Harvey.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As a cyclist, I'm quite familiar with Horningsea because the early part of my career I lived in the centre of Cambridge and I worked in Waterbeach, and that was my commute to work. And it was a very nice way to start and end the day. Later on in life, I lived in, well, I still do live in Abington, and I worked at St John's Innovation Centre on the Science Park. And again, my commute took me almost to Horningsea, but then turning left across Clay Hythe Bridge. So it occurred to me, actually, there's already quite a strong incentive to use sustainable travel, even without the Greenways innovation, because a lot of people will be working on the Science Park or St John's Innovation Centre as probably the nearest main centre of employment, if you like, and it's an awful lot quicker to get there by bike across Clay Hythe Bridge than it is by car. So I just wanted to make that point. There is actually an incentive in Horningsea, and quite a powerful one, to use sustainable transport. So I agree with what Councillor Handley said. You know, we are, rather the officers have to read local policy and national policy onto this case, but I think, you know, sometimes one size fits all doesn't work, even though we try very hard to. So I would be actually supporting this application.
Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. One thing that we seem not to have, or seem to have omitted, is the fact that this site is actually within the village framework, which in some respects, I would have said that was a positive to go on that side. But anyway, yes, you know, we've talked about S11 and, you know, the various bits of it. But at the end of the day, it does allow up to 8 dwellings in exceptional circumstances. We are here as a planning committee, obviously, to look at all the points that have been made, the planning considerations, and add some common sense, you know, as a savory to what's on the table, which is what we're doing today. Now, as I said, within the village framework, it potentially could have been converted under Class Q. Don't know why that wasn't looked at, but it's just a point to make. And I think it's important for us to actually look at preserving this listed or this curtilage listed buildings, which, you know, as I saw from the site visit that we had, which was a useful thing to have done, I don't see that it could be used for anything else, frankly. It cannot be used for today's agricultural uses, as we've already heard. So, you know, what then will happen to them if they're not converted for residential use? Infill villages, some of them are dying. And there are many that don't have young families moving into them because there's nothing for them in there. So we really do need to look at this, you know, in the wider context of the fact that Horningsea actually is a bit bigger and better than, or has more facilities than some of the small infill villages in my ward. I know that. So in my view, I think it will be a good thing to actually give this permission to be converted into 7 houses that will benefit more families to move into Horningsea. and allow the curtilage listed buildings to carry on being used and preserve them. So yes, I will be voting for this, and I'll leave it there. But to say thank you to the officers, obviously, for doing their job and doing it properly. We might not always agree with you, but we do thank you for doing it properly.
Councillor Ariel Khan, do you want to speak? No, sorry. Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I think this is one of those cases where there may be a conflict between what it seems we all feel should be done and what we feel the local plan in particular may require us to do or limit our flexibility to do. And the key issue, it seems to me, is S11 of our local plan, on the extent to which, if we think we should approve this application, we can do so under the discretion applied there. There is this word that is used there, indicative, and in paragraph 3 it refers to very exceptional circumstances, which relates to brownfield land, and as Councillor Heather Williams has explained and as our case officer has explained, this is not brownfield land, but it is a proposal to redevelop an existing facility. And I think the key question in relation to S11 is, are we seeking to prevent unsustainable development in a village that cannot support it, or is it our purpose to make villages more sustainable, to reduce, for instance, travel to work by matching housing to existing employment in some villages? We need to bear in mind, Councillor Williams referred to the fact that this was a policy drawn in 2018, actually, of course, 2014 originally, because there was a 2007 in relation to this particular paragraph. Although, to be fair to Horningsea, not a lot has changed there since, except that, of course, this building has ceased to be in use for agriculture, and as Councillor Toomey Hawkins said, could not reasonably be put back to use in agriculture. When we look at the material considerations up on the planning balance before us, I think an additional factor is not just that we need to be responsive to heritage assets, but as our conservation officer said in the report, paragraph 6.4, consider that the proposal will preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area. That is, they do consider it would do so. In relation to these buildings, this is, of course, heritage listed. That is, what matters is the manor. And I think it's very important to that grade 2 listed manor that these buildings be preserved and conserved. And very difficult to see how that can be done without finding some viable use for them. Very difficult to see any other viable use. And I think that is an exceptional circumstance which would be right to take into account. In relation to the material considerations for refusal, well, I've referred to S11 of our local plan. Is this a level of development that is not appropriate to its location? Well, this, as has been referred to by some of our speakers, including our public speakers, is a village that has actually very good access to a school, primary school, and has also shops, a farm shop, a food hall within the existing garden centre that was referred to by somebody who knows it extremely well as a supermarket. It is not typically an infill village from 2007 when this policy was drawn up. And I think it is quite probable that allowing this development could potentially reduce the need for future occupants to travel by car, because, of course, there is employment in this village and employment opportunities. I think if our purpose is to make existing villages more sustainable and to preserve existing assets where those are curtilage listed, then the right thing to do would be for us to use our discretion to approve this application. As Councillor Handley said, that is not any criticism of the officers in setting out a strict interpretation of our existing plans, but I do believe it is within our discretion to approve this application.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else for comment? No. Okay. Yes.
I
Sorry,
had my
Councillor Han.
Yeah, I had my name down, Chair, but only to say I propose we go to a vote.
I wish to make my comments and then I'll put this to the vote. I was going to say that many comments have been made which I agree with. There's a lot of common sense being drawn up here. I absolutely understand why the office recommendation is it is, but we have a number of anomalies and what might be seen from the outside as idiocies in planning, where this often happens when you try one policy for one situation and it's tried to apply to every other situation. You have a building which clearly are derelict buildings. The only building which I thought could possibly be used for agriculture was the large barn, which is in fact is proposed to demolish. It's the one building they're taking out in terms of the development. All the others are far too small for modern agricultural use. I can understand the argument that only converting it to two dwellings would be, one, create large dwellings which are unsuitable for, which would propose, would not be suitable for many residents of the settlement, and having smaller dwellings is much more in policy. That's the shortage, what we have a shortage of. To me, they are evidently derelict land. They may not be brownfield land within the definition, but the buildings are derelict. They're buildings which we would want to keep, as commented, for conservation reasons. It has been made, we've been made aware, I think, that there are far more services available in the village, perhaps normally in such a village, so that particularly with the garden centre there providing a shop. So in terms of local services, it is exceptional. The village is unlike most other small villages in that it's actually quite close to Cambridge. It's not like a village out in the far west of the district, or it is actually quite accessible to Cambridge. There was a good, it is already used, cycling is already used as a means of transport quite regularly here. The only alternative use that I could see for it would be small industrial units. That actually, I think, could well produce more traffic than actually having residential development. So probably in that sense would be less sustainable. So if we have the anomaly that these buildings in the development framework, if they were not listed, could be converted. But because they're listed, and we might not want to protect them then because they will be unsuitable to ugly buildings, but because they're listed and linked to and have historic interest, you couldn't do it under permitted development rights. It's a complete anomaly, but that's the situation we have in the legal framework. So I absolutely agree. I think this is ought to be an exception, and we ought to a special situation. I looked at, when I went through the village, I did think what would be precedent for lots of other farm buildings in the village being converted. I saw one other set of buildings which looked as though they might also be in a similar sort of context. So I don't think it's going to create a waiver of development in the village if we make this exception in this village. And so I agree with most of the other members here, and I think we should give permission for this development, contrary to the officer's recommendation. And now I propose to go, end of the debate, I propose to go to the vote. Thank you very much.
So I can get the delivery manager to summarise.
Okay. Can the delivery manager summarise the position?
Apologies, microphone wasn't working. So officer recommendation is for refusal. However, I think we've had a propose and second to overturn with recommendation for approval.
As I understand it, we've had a recommendation to go to the vote. Am I right? Yeah.
That was my, but I'm very happy to propose that we go to a vote with recommendation to approve it. I'm be guided by you, then, Chair.
I'll move that we overturn the officer recommendation, if that's what you need us to do.
I think the simplest way to deal with this, rather, we're going to get confused about what we're voting for otherwise. is could the delivery manager remind us of the office's recommendations? And so that, and I then propose that we go to a vote. And if you're voting in favour, you're voting to refuse the application. If you're voting against, you're voting against your recommendations, you're voting to approve it. Councillor Wilson.
I just wanted to make a point that if we are going to approve the application, that do we need to say something about the section 106 to make sure that that is included as a condition?
That's why I was trying to clarify. That's why I was trying to clarify at which point we are voting at you are voting at present. So officer recommendation is for refusal for the reasons set out in the report. My understanding is do you wish to vote on that at this stage, or do you want to vote?
It seems to me that it's likely that there will be a vote to approve the application.
Which has been moved and seconded.
Yes.
So we now have.
You then need to consider whether there's any changes to the conditions or the section 106. Or
Well, officers will have a slide prepared with suggested areas for conditions, which we can put up on the screen now. And we also obviously have the heads of terms, which are already set out within paragraph 9.131 of the report.
Are there additional points? Councillor Heather Williams.
Chair, I'm just, please do bear with us, because I just think it's really important we're all very clear, and it's a little murky at the moment. I appreciate that the headings, obviously for example, like there are things in there where there'll be further detail given later on. So would it be sensible and more practical for us to have a vote to overturn the officer's recommendation, to support the application and delegate to officers final wording of these in consultation with the chair and vice chair, because there are a lot more words to go with than just those, and I think we need to authorise officers to do those final wordings. But
are you making a proposal?
I suppose I'm taking, I'm taking advice whether that would be, and then perhaps the mover and the seconder might accept that revised proposal if that is more appropriate.
Okay. Councillor Handy, are you willing to accept that, or would that be appropriate for you?
It would be appropriate for me. Yeah, I was merely trying to draw the discussion to a conclusion and actually get to the business of making a decision. That's what I was trying to do.
First of all, we do have details of the proposed section 106, were it to be. Is everybody happy with those? Yeah. Okay, fine. Now that's it.
I was just going to ask if they are the main title headings of standard conditions. If members were happy with those, then we can obviously use the standard conditions that we would normally use with any minor amendments to the conditions to be delegated to officers.
So yeah, I think we now go to a vote. We've got a mover and a seconder.
That's fine. That process that you've outlined is exactly what we need to do. So
okay.
I support that, and I second the motion to get to the vote.
Now we need to clarify what you're deciding, if you're voting in favour of the motion and against the motion.
Can I jump in and suggest the vote from Democratic Services point of view? Would that be helpful? So my understanding of this vote from the discussion so far would be that a green vote would be in support of the officer's recommendation of refusal. The red vote would be to overturn that, and if so, it would be with the conditions I've listed. Councillor Williams is shaking her head. Sorry.
No, they're saying no.
Right. What we have in front of us is an application and a recommendation to refuse the application. So, yes, on this equipment in front of us, if we press green, we are agreeing with refusal. If we press red, we are not agreeing with the refusal, equals we are approving the application.
We have a motion to overturn the officer's recommendation and to approve subject to this. That's why I'm worried about confusing what we're deciding. I propose that we go back to the original situation and that we vote to, if you're voting in favour, you're voting to follow the officer's recommendation, as Councillor Toomey Hawkins was recommending. And if you're voting against, you're voting to approve the application with the condition, with the proposed conditions and the section headings of conditions. Councillor Heather Williams.
Chair, with the greatest respect, that's not the motion that's in front of us. Okay, the motion that is in front of us is one that's been proposed and seconded, and the wording to that effect was that the motion was to support the application subject to these conditions and the 106, with final wording to be delegated to officers in consultation with the chair and vice chair. That is what we're voting on. So we want to vote for the application with those conditions, with the 106 and the delegation, you vote green. And if you don't want to vote, then you vote red, because we're not voting on the substantive here, we're voting on this motion that's been put. And I've got nods from officers on this.
Okay, is everybody happy with that? First of all, so that everybody knows where they are. I think
happy or not, that's what's happening.
that's the motion we have in front of us. Do we then need to vote again on the officer's recommendation? I don't think we do. Are we happy? No. No, okay, I just want to make sure. First we go in the right procedure. Okay, let's go on and do it on that basis, okay? On the basis that's just been outlined, Councillor.
So we're voting to amend the recommendation in line with how we want it to be.
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to... So we are voting to amend the recommendation to say that we support, subject to the conditions, section 106 being delegated to officers for final wording, consultation with chair. So this first vote is to vote in order to amend the recommendation. Once we've amended it, then we can vote on it.
Okay, we can do it that way. I think that seems to be logical. Okay, Councillor, Vanessa, can you give us advice?
That is correct. There's effectively going to be two votes. So you vote for the proposal, as has just been outlined by Councillor Williams, and when that's done, you will take another vote.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll do it. First of all, the vote on the motion to overturn the to amend the recommendation. And okay, thank you. Can we have that? So that's, if you're voting in favour, you're voting to amend the recommendation to approval. So if you're voting green, you're voting to amend basically to change the recommendation to approval. If you're voting against, you're voting to keep the existing recommendation of refusal. Okay, can we have that vote, please?
Thank you.
Okay, can we have the result, please? That's everybody.
Yeah. So that is a unanimous vote to accept the motion as described by Councillor.
Okay.
The motion to amend the recommendation. Okay. That's accepted unanimously.
Now can we have a second vote to approve, either approve the amended recommendation or to refuse it? So if you're voting green or in favour, you're voting to approve the application as amended, and if you're voting Against, you're voting to refuse the application. Okay. One more. Okay. Can we have the result, please?
Thank you, Chair. So, based on the motion, that is a unanimous vote to approve the application, subject to the completion of Section 106 agreement and with the conditions as described, with wording delegated to officers. And I believe Councillor Williams' part of the motion was to be in conjunction with Chair and Vice Chair. In consultation. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now we shall have a 15-minute break and then come back at quarter to 12.
We're now live. Thank you, Chair.
It's okay. Welcome back to the South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. Sorry, Tumi, are you coming back? Sorry, we'll wait for Tumi, because otherwise you can't vote. Sorry? Okay. Welcome back to South Cambridgeshire District Council Planning Committee. We're now on item 6, Melbourne Science Park. Application number 23-0/01134/4, land at Melbourne Science Park, Melbourne. This is an extensive proposal for details listed on the first page of the report. The application has been reported to the committee as it raises special planning policy or other considerations and due to third-party representations. The key issues are principle of development, character and appearance of the area and the wider landscape views, car parking and highway safety, and the impact on neighbour amenity. The site was visited on the 6th of March 2024, and the Office's recommendation is to approve subject to conditions and the completion of a Section 106 agreement. Michael Hammond is the presenting officer. Michael, can you take us through the application?
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I won't reread the whole description, but obviously it's in front of members in their report pack, but essentially it's for the redevelopment of Melbourne Science Park, and I'll run you through each element of that, so rather than read that long description. So just before we get into it, just in terms of updates, there were 4 late representations or submissions received. One of these was from the ward members who are present today and will be speaking. One was from the Science Park Neighbourhood Group who raised additional comments. One was an individual third-party representation, and we also had the agent who sent a briefing note to members. These are all online on the file now. Having read them, it is not considered that any amendment to the recommendation, report, or conditions arises directly from these. And in terms of other updates, since the report was published, the agent and myself had correspondence about the wording of some of the conditions. To run you through some changes to those conditions, condition number 15, which relates to biodiversity net gain, has been requested that reference to off-site mitigation be removed completely, because the biodiversity net gain will be solely on-site. We don't have any objection to this as it's a positive change because it guarantees it will all be on-site. A request to amend condition number 28, which relates to cycle parking, and number 29, which is cycle parking specifically for the public users. Essentially, this is to amalgamate them all under condition 28. It's just moving that wording essentially into this new condition, so it's a fairly minor amendment. A request was made to amend condition number 42. There was an incorrect reference that I made in terms of the hotel. I think I referred to it as C2 when it should be C1. So just to point out that condition 42, the hotel element would reference C1 instead. A request was made to amend the wording in relation to Block A in terms of it only being used, originally officers recommended that only being used between ED and EE use classes. It had been requested that a more wider use for this had been sought. However, on this one, officers do not agree at this point because the full spectrum of use class uses within that Class E may not be appropriate, so we're minded to not go with that amendment, so that element would be staying as is. And finally, as it relates to conditions, drawing number VN212120 D105 has been replaced from F to G. This is solely because of a road safety audit work that's been going on in the background with the local highway authority. There aren't any significant changes to it, but I'm sure either the agent or we have the highway officer on the call would be able to clarify those. But there's no significant changes, but it's just a point of clarification in the conditions where it's worded to that. So, going into the actual application now. So as I'm sure you're aware, Melbourne is situated to the southwest of Cambridge. It's one of the larger villages in the South Cambridgeshire. So Melbourne Science Park is located on the eastern edge, where it runs adjacent to Cambridge Road. So this is the extent of the red line for members' purposes. So it's this rectangular block in here covering the existing science park. I'll point out to the northwest there is Project Birchwood, also known as TTP, which is near completion now, I believe, if not already actually occupied. So that is in process. And then we have residential properties to the south, and then to the west is the main part of Melbourne. So just to show you how that looks on an aerial view, obviously this is pre-Project Birchwood coming in, but just to show you an aerial view of how it sits in the landscape. Just to show you the existing photos of the site. Obviously some members were present at the site visit last Wednesday, but typically you've got the Da Vinci building, which is I think in the 2000s that was built, but otherwise it's a lot of brick buildings, typically 2 or 3 stories in scale. The moat house is currently used as a canteen for the science park. And then here are some more photos, again, just showing the standard building types. There are some more sort of industrial shed type buildings with this sort of tower protruding above, for example. So in terms of site constraints, the main ones are that the conservation area runs immediately to the southwest of the site. It's this purple hatched area there. You've got listed buildings to the west here, and you've got this row of thatched cottages, for example, along here, which are all listed. The access road through the site leads to Project Birchwood. And then the land to the east is shown in the emerging local plan as a potential employment site, science park expansion and housing allocation, which, just to illustrate on this slide, is this area of land here. So it's for 2.5 hectares of employment and 120 homes. Obviously, that is the emerging local plan, which is at a very early stage, so can't be given any significant weight yet. And then this is where Project Birchwood would be. The remaining planning history is largely things like canopies and other extensions, really. So in terms of which buildings are being demolished, which ones are retained, the building known as Ash, which would be known as Block A under the proposals, would be retained, as would the Moat House and the Da Vinci building. The remaining buildings would all be demolished. So this is the proposed site plan. I've just shown on here some distances to neighbouring properties, which was a request made at the committee site visit, so just to point out some of those distances. But starting in the left-hand side, you've got the moat house, the existing moat house where my cursor is going here. There would be a hotel extension coming off to the rear and side. There would be quite extensive landscaping works, but in this area it would be this village green, would be the main new addition, and the existing flint wall running along here, or part flint wall, would be punched through and creating a permeable route through. Block A would retain primarily existing footprint, but it would be refurbished. This would be Block B, which would be largely incubator space. The Da Vinci building would be retained. There would be a slightly wider plant enclosure just along the roof here, and then there would be these shading planters installed along the front. They'll be easy to explain on the elevation how they work. Block C would be what's known as the Gateway building, which again is largely more office space. And then you've got blocks D, E, and F. So this triangle buildings here would be research and development uses. You've then got the mobility hub in this corner. And then, like I said, there's various other landscaping, including creating this wetland area, for example, walks across the existing pond, the science square. But again, I will talk you through all of this shortly. So this is in the report, so I won't go into it too much, but it was just to point out in terms of the net difference and the gross increase in floor space. So overall, excluding the mobility hub, there would be 49,000 gross external area. floor space created, which is a net increase of about just under 29,000. And then if you include the mobility hub, that rises to 73,000 and 51, or nearly 52,000 respectively. But this is in the report, so I'll let you peruse that. So I've got the existing sort of site-wide elevations on the top, and then the proposed on the bottom. So in terms of going through the proposals, you've got block A here, which is facing onto, so we're looking from Cambridge Road, which is largely as is. It's changing the walls from brick to timber, for example, as well as some other external changes. You've then got block B coming in here. And then where my cursor is would be the main entrance, existing spine road sort of going through the site leading to Project Birchwood. You've then got block C, which is that gateway building I was talking about, where it's sort of a curve, that's sort of a triangle footprint, but it's got curved edges. You've then got blocks D and E, near the sort of corner of the village, as it leads out to Cambridge Road. Then looking from the other end, almost from that Project Birchwood from the north, you've got the mobility hub. So it's adjacent to the sort of hedging and existing boundary treatment along Cambridge Road. Then got block F. You've then got the existing Da Vinci building, but with a plant enclosure that sort of is a bit wider. Currently it's split into two parts. As you can see, you've got that plant, and then the proposal would be to sort of join that up. You've then got the Moat House Hotel extension, which is roughly where my cursor is going there, coming off the back of the existing Moat House here. Then in terms of the east elevation, so looking, if you would, from that field adjacent to the northeast, you've got block E, so Cambridge Road running where my cursor is here. You've then got that gap, which is the Science Square, and then you've got the rest of the mobility hub. And then looking from the other end, from the west side, you have the Moat House Hotel extensions in here, and then block A in the foreground, and then block B is in the background to that larger element, but that's obviously set further back. And then because some of that gets missed out, because obviously it's other buildings blocking other buildings, just to show you, so looking from, again from the south, but almost from the centre of the site, you've got the Moat House, Da Vinci building, block F, and that mobility hub. And then looking from the west, again, sort of looking through the Moat House and block A, you've got block B and the Da Vinci. And then you've got block E here, for example, so this is looking from the north again, but sort of through the mobility hub. So you have block E, so sort of look at the back of block E, the back of block D, back of block C, the back of block B, and then block A. And then finally, you've got this one here, looking through the eastern section, again past block, sort of looking through block E, but you've got block D and block F. So this is an illustrative aerial view of how that would look as a CGI. So again, the Moat House Hotel extension would be here. You've got block A existing there. This would be block B. This would be the Da Vinci building. This is block C. And then you've got blocks D, E, and F in here. And then this is the mobility hub there. So going through, so this is the Moat House proposal. So there would be a sort of brick extension in here replacing an existing conservatory. But other than that, largely fenestration changes to the Moat House, fairly minor additions. And then obviously adding that extension off the back. The purpose creating a sort of gastro pub hotel. There would then, I'll go through landscaping later, but there will be this village green here, for example. So yeah, the hotel would have 17 rooms. They would be on the first floor, you can see here. And then beneath that, there would be, for example, a restaurant, and then this is the gastro pub element. And then these are some elevations of how that would look. And then this just to give you an idea of the materials. So the moat house would stay largely in brick, whereas the extension to that would be a combination of flint on the ground floor level with glazing, and then above it would have this charred timber effect, and then with a zinc roof above that. And then this is a CGI of how that might look. We then have block A, which, as mentioned, you can see in the bottom left here, is largely the same footprint. It's changing it from brick to timber cladding, predominantly adding in green walls, and then changing the layout. For example, you can see this part of the flint wall open. There'll also be a vehicular access into here as well, which I'll get to later. And then these are just some additional CGIs, how they might look. And again, the footprint is largely the same. In terms of the use, it would be indicatively a gym. A creche was proposed and is shown on this plan here, but you'll probably note at the end of the conditions, there is a condition, obviously the permitted development one, because there was concerns about the creche use and the number of vehicular movements that would generate. So although it says creche on here, we wouldn't be, if members of mind to agree with the recommendation, it wouldn't be permitting a creche. There will be a physio and a gym as shown. For example, a dentist use at the upper level. And then, again, that's just showing the timber cladding. Then move on, sorry, this will be a long presentation, I should have said at the start. Then move on to blocks B, the Da Vinci, which is the existing, and block C. So in terms of the Da Vinci building, the main footprint is unchanged. It's adding in these sort of planting structures to provide a means of solar shading, because currently, as you'll see in the bottom left corner, it's fully glazed on the south facade. So this would be actually to address some overheating issues, as well as to introduce greenery. There'll be this there'll be this walkway above the pond. And then these are just some further CGIs of how that would look. And the floor plan, largely as is, there'll be some co-working spaces, office, but no significant changes to its use as such, in terms of this being on the science park. And then, as I mentioned, you've got this plant above. Currently, as I pointed out earlier, sort of a gap in between the two. It does rise slightly higher at this end than existing, so it's not actually taller than existing. It's just that it's more continuous. And then this is a artist's impression of how that might look. We then move on to block B. So this is adjacent to the entrance. So it's immediately west of that entrance there, where it goes through. So this would be largely as an incubator space, as well as providing some office and lab space as well. These are just some more CGIs of how that might look. So it's block C in the right-hand side there for reference. And again, just showing its use as described. And I've just included this to point out there would be a terrace at the second floor level. And you'll note there's conditions recommended regarding the management and use of that. And then this is just showing the different material palette across the scheme. So you've got aluminium louver systems here, for example. And then you've got anodized aluminium dark bronze here. So to give a bit of variety. And this is showing another facade of it. And then this is just how it would look in elevation form. And then this is an artist's impression looking from the north. So this is looking at the actual back of the building here. We then move on to block C. which as described has been designed as a gateway building. It will be office and light lab use in here. Do some further CGIs of that. Again, primarily office use in here. And then just showing it in elevation form. And then this just shows how that shading thin element across it, you'll notice, will work. And then an artist impression of how that might look. Then move on to the final element in terms of buildings, blocks D, E, F, and the mobility hub. Blocks D, E, and F are quite similar in terms of their architectural style and massing, for example, but I'll just run you through them. So this is just showing the extent of demolition that would be proposed and how the buildings relate to the existing setbacks from the road, for example, and where existing buildings would be demolished with the proposed elements in the background. And then this is a illustrative view of blocks D and E from Cambridge Road with the existing arrangement you can see here. And then floor plans, again, it's largely a case of office and lab space. With typically they will have terraces in the small element of them, which again would be managed by way of condition. So this is a typical elevation, just showing the double height floors, for example, and the use of greenery on some of the elevations to break up the massing. On the elements facing into the science square, so the rears of blocks D and E, there would be these pavilions which would act as sort of the main entrances for people arriving that way. So just to show you block D specifically, so this is another view of block D, so looking eastwards down Cambridge Road this time, so looking sort of away from the village in that direction. And then this is looking at block E. And block F. And like I said, they've all got quite a similar design. So these existing buildings, for example, here would be demolished. So this is a view of how it might look from that science square. So that would look at the back of block E here, for example. We then move on to the mobility hub. So there'll be this large pavilion here to act as space for public art. But obviously the main purpose of it would be for car parking. It's proposed 744 standard bays, 44 EV bays, and then 34 disabled bays are proposed, so 822 spaces in total. And so these are some examples of how that artwork and lighting might look. And this is a view from the northwest of the site to the back of the mobility hub. And then not much to see on the floor plans, largely a case of you enter in at the back and then drive obviously around the various levels and park your vehicle, and then you exit out in this direction to go out onto the new egress onto Cambridge Road. And then just some further CGIs. As you can see, it's largely a case of aluminium mesh paneling on the outside. There'll be some small elements. So the energy centre, which is proposed, as you can see here, right outside the front, it's sort of embedded into the landscaping bank, which, that's a bit blurry. You can see here, it's kind of set within a landscaped element. There would also be some other elements throughout the site, for example, these sort of logistics hubs where bins would be stored and sort of waste collected from another waste compound and the substation. So I'll just try and run through the landscaped areas. So you talk about this landscape corridor going through the site. You've got the village green element, for example, here. There'll be this new permeable route, this woodland area, and then you've got this sort of wetland area, and then you've got the science square. So just showing how that's broken down there. So again, the village green element. The moat house would have some courtyard elements to it. And then you'll be getting into the woodland area, the water and wetland area, as it then crosses the road into the science square. And then around the site, the proposal is to enhance the landscaping on the edges. So just showing that village green again. And this is showing the courtyards either side the moat house, so create more of a formal setting for that. This would be the woodland area, which would likely be a case of retaining existing trees and then creating a pedestrian route through. You've then got the water and wetland area, which is using the existing pond outside Da Vinci and creating a new wetland area with a boardwalk going through to the science square. And then you've got the science square, it would be more hard landscaping and a space for taxi drop-off, for example, and the main entrances into each of the blocks. And again, they would each have these pavilions. And then as mentioned, for example, in the southern boundary to blocks D and E, there would be additional landscaping. As well as in the northern boundary. Quite a number of trees, 107 trees in total would be removed as a result of the development. They're predominantly in category C and category U in terms of tree type. So this is just showing where obviously the red means that trees are going, green are retained trees. And then there would be 285 new trees planted across the site. So again, much of it going into the boundary elements along the sides here, for example. This is just showing some of the perimeter lighting that is proposed in terms of the lighting for each use. Pedestrian access, again, there'll be this new route through where the flint wall is, and you can obviously walk through the site as currently publicly accessible, and that would be retained. Cycling, there would be, again, routes into the site from Cambridge Road. There'd be cycle spaces there, for example. I've got a cycle parking slide briefly, but just to show that it is accessible by cycles. So this would be in the bottom left corner here, this would be a new vehicular ingress only, so vehicles can only enter, can't exit through this, to go around the back of the moat house and then exit via the existing main entrance. There'll be this new ingress-egress outside block A, so this would be a new access point created here. Then on the right-hand side, in terms of visitors to the science park, they'll use the sort of existing Da Vinci car park here, and then the taxi route would allow them to exit only onto Cambridge Road through this new access created here. Employees, as I mentioned earlier, who are accessing the mobility hub would come through here and then exit that way, so in one loop. And then goods and waste would be provided. Some would be collected, for example, outside the front of these blocks here. So there's 978 total spaces proposed on site, predominantly of which 822 of which are in the mobility hub. There are also some accessible bays around the site, some drop-off areas. There'll be new parking for block A here. Some of the moat house, there's currently parking, as you will know from the site visit, all around here. Some of this will be retained around the back of the Da Vinci as well. So this just to show the anticipated modal splits, as anticipated that the majority of people will be arriving by car. Obviously, we can refer back to this later if we need to or not in the discussion. And then cycle parking for the new blocks would be internal. So they each have their own internal cycle stores with showering facilities, for example, actually within the blocks. Block A and then the back of the moat house would have external cycle storage, so in the form of an enclosure. There would also be some other ones dotted around, for example. But on the first day of operation, there'd be 676 spaces available. And then again, this is just showing that servicing arrangement, but we already touched on that. So this is just showing the detail of that new egress onto Cambridge Road. So this is the northeast corner of the site, where it's exit only. It's just showing there'll be this new crossing point in here. And then the existing main entrance, again, would have a dedicated crossing point for pedestrians and cyclists here. And that's just showing an indicative interface with the emerging greenway scheme. A new drop curb would be provided, and this would be enter and exit. Just to note that we have got a condition about these spaces essentially not being used unless further information is provided for a discharge of condition because of the number of cars that would be entering and exiting, and that's a result of highway discussions. And then this is that new ingress into the moat house here, so that would be entry only. So you will have seen this in the drawing pack, but so this is the existing view from Cambridge Road. So you can see where my mouse is hovering here, got the existing edge of the science park. So this is as existing, taken in the summer though, not in the winter. I thought I'd include this. Obviously, I can't put the pose on this, but this was just a photo taken from the site visit we did last week, obviously in more of a winter view, just to show that, where you can see the existing buildings. So this is the proposed view. So this is the block E in here, with the mobility hub in the background. Now, then included the rest of the LVI views. So this is taken from the northeast of the site. So the next slide will probably be more helpful. So you can see here, for example, where block E would be, you can see the mobility hub, where it's just going to be just above this landscaping, this tree, sorry, in here. But the rest of the development would be along there. And then this looking from the north along the A10. So again, you can see much of the Project Birchwood TTP development is actually already present in this view. So it's primarily this mobility hub you can see here rising above, which would be the new element you would see. And then this is taken from the southeast, so near the Kingsway Golf Centre, there's a footpath. And from this view, in this season, you wouldn't see very much of the development, but there would still be elements you can see here, for example, where the orange is shown. And so this is more of a townscape view, taken from Hale Close. So I'll just go back. So this is the existing. So you can see in here, you can't see anything. Under the proposal, you would see the edge of block D, I believe it is, in here. And then this is taken from Russet Way. So you can see the existing block B in here. And then this is what the proposed would look like. So obviously all this additional massing in here. And then this is taken from the west, from the high street, so within the conservation area. So this is just showing that largely you wouldn't see the development because it's already obscured by buildings from this angle. And then this is from Armingford Crescent. So again, you would see this element in here. where it faces onto Cambridge Road. And then this is from Drury Lane, so you can see Block A is existing there. And then because Block A is staying as is, in the background there would be the boat house extension element, but otherwise that's quite far away, and largely there wouldn't be much change to this view other than materials used in that block. And then this is from the north, so from Dickinson, so from Moat Lane from the north. So again, there might be some, the very top, I think there's an orange line running along the top there, a very brief one, but otherwise the moat house would largely be obscured, and the extension is set below that in terms of height, so that won't be visible. And then this is looking from public footpath and local playing fields from the west. Again, showing that at this season it wouldn't be visible. And then southeastward from the public footpath on Meldrew Station, which again this season won't be visible. And then from the Station Road Bridge, where again the development would be obscured by trees in this season. And then looking further eastwards, northeastwards from Cambridge Road, where again this existing hedging would mean that it would largely wouldn't be visible. And this is another view from the A10, so from the northeast. And again, you'll see the top of the mobility hub in there, for example, and Block E is shown there. So I won't talk through these in detail, but this is obviously in the report, but just to point out that Section 106 contributions are sought, as well as non-financial ones relating to the open space being managed and publicly accessible, and for Block A and the moat house facilities to be kept open to the public. But those are all set out in my report. So in terms of the planning balance, in terms of possible reasons for refusal, going down that route. So the landscape team, you'll note, have raised an objection due to the landscape and visual impact assessment not being in accordance with best practice and the subsequent potential harm to the character and appearance of the area this could cause due to scale and massing. There would be a degree of harm from temporary construction process. As anticipated, the actual process would take approximately 8 to 10 years, according to documentation submitted. The quantum of car parking proposed, 937 spaces, is technically below the standards sought by policy TI3, which would require 1,663 spaces. In terms of material considerations weighing in approval, it's considered by officers that the principle of development is acceptable. In terms of policy E12, it's been through a series of pre-application discussions, and it's been to the design review panel. The urban design and conservation teams have not identified any harm to the character and appearance of the area or any heritage assets. There will be significant economic benefits through delivery of approximately 27,500 net additional research and development floor space, which will create about 530 new jobs on site and then 1,860 jobs in the wider sub-region with an approximate gross value added of £32 million per annum. There'll be moderate social benefits from financial contributions towards local infrastructure, improvements to the range of hotel and community facilities in the area, and those landscape and permeability improvements. There'll be moderate environmental benefits through the reuse of previously developed land, embodied carbon, and enhancements to operational sustainable performance. There will also be an uplift of 44% biodiversity net gain on site. The temporary harm identified is considered to be dealt with by way of planning conditions. And again, the quantum of car parking has been justified by travel survey data, and there is no objection from a transport assessment team. So the officer recommendation is one of approval, subject to conditions and Section 106 agreement. And I'll just, before I sign off, Chair, just say we've got a few members of a few consultees present on the call, should we wish to refer to them, but I'll refer to them as and when, as I'm conscious of the amount of time I've taken doing that presentation. But thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Do we have any questions of clarification? Councillor Handley.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Hammond. Could you take us back to view 8, please? Right, yeah. Now, that's the one that my ears pricked up at. What is that building? Can you tell? You may have said it and I didn't miss it, but...
Yeah, so based on the way it's looking, it would be, I think, Block D, this one in here. So there will be Block C, that gateway building, which is quite distinctive, would be roughly where my cursor is going. Block D is in this proximate location, and Block E is immediately next to it. So based on that, I think it's like Block D or Block E, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Heather Williams.
When it comes to, we've got different slides, and some show that there'll be quite a big, large visual impact. Others show next to nothing. Could you just outline us how it is with affordable housing in relation to the areas where there's the most impact? Is that affecting more affordable housing?
For each, I'm not quite sure in terms of affordable housing, because there's an employment scheme. Sorry, maybe I'm misinterpreting it.
So the houses that are around, we must have an idea if they are privately owned or affordable housing.
Thanks for clarifying. In terms of how we'd consider things like residential amenity impact, in terms of if it has an overbearing impact or would cause overlooking, it would be treated exactly the same, whether it's a private house or, for example, one that's for affordable housing. There's no distinction between how you treat residential amenity impacts.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions. The creche, why was that removed?
Through you, Chair, it's largely as a result of highways comments. So I think the concern was that with a creche, you can have a lot of pick up and drop off. And if you, because of the amount of parking proposed, I think highways were concerned that it might lead to off-site parking, for example, so people pulling up on Cambridge Road and potentially dropping kids off, picking them up on Cambridge Road, which poses a threat to highway safety. So if you want, we do have Chris Green on the call from the local highway authority, if you'd like him to expand.
I want him to expand because it's, I mean, there's going to be a lot of young families, you know, people who will work on the site. And I know for a fact that, you know, there are times when one has to go and collect the kids from somewhere or something or the other. If there was a childcare facility on the site, which is what we try and encourage, we know we don't have enough childcare facilities in the district, and we're taking facilities off. Why?
Hello, good morning. My name's Chris Green. I work for Cambridgeshire County Council Highways Development Management, and as Michael alluded to, I made some comments with respect to the car parking spaces in general that are serving blocks A and B. The concern at the time when the initial proposals came in was with respect to the design of the access is somewhat different to the other three that are proposed. This is going to be, the vehicles are going to be crossing on a dropped crossing affair, which basically means that vehicles... Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. What does that mean?
A drop crossing. Basically, a drop crossing is a similar arrangement that you would have, say, for a private residence. So if you want to access your own house at home, you have a drop crossing across the footway or verge. So this is a different design to the other three designs that Michael has shown, insofar as that the priority for the non-motorised users and the shared surface users, the pedestrians and cyclists, they have the right of way instead of vehicles exiting the site. So in other words, what the Highway Authority were looking at here was basically to ensure that this access is more lightly used. So per se, we were not against the creche or any other particular individual business being on site. It was just the number of car parking spaces and the number of vehicle movements across a drop curb, which could lead to an increased conflict with non-motorized users.
I'm sorry, that does not seem like a good enough reason to, to remove a crash facility from a site that's going to have lots of, parents of young children.
Yeah, the recommendation for the local highway authority was not to remove any particular business. It was just the number of car parking spaces available.
I don't agree with what's happened, but there we go. My next question, thank you very much. It still doesn't seem reasonable to me. The public art is an electronic form of public art. How was that determined? Why couldn't it have been, I don't know, something more real? Like a sculpture or something like that?
Through you, Chair, it might be, I think Dr. Bonnie Kwok is on the call, who will be advising, because we'll have a condition about public art. So the image that I've shown, which I'm frantically trying to get up here,
That one?
yes, is just an example of what it could look like. And I know Dr. Kwok did, I think there was a similar example, I can't quote the scheme now, which I think...
Science Park.
Probably another science park, which was...
I know where it is.
Yeah, you know, okay, which I think was where this was derived from, but that's not to say that this is the final solution. It could change. But Bonnie, are you on the call? I don't know if you're able to elaborate on public art opportunities perhaps within the scheme.
Yes, Michael, thank you, Chair. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, so this is just a public art proposal, and it actually proposes 3 areas for public art based on visibility and also integrity, and also the objective of enhancing the public realm quality, not just for the staff and visitors, but also for the local community. Now, we've worked with Jason Bruce, a very famous international artist on the Cambridge Science Park project. And he just happened to have a really good working relationship with the architect Shepherd Robson. And they, through many collaborations, they have suggested Jason Bruce to come up with a proposal to come up with proposals for these 3 key areas. And the facade that you see with the Y, which is related to the DNA, which is part of the science, it is the science element of the park. It is just a proposal at this stage, but it's just an indicative drawing to show how that could potentially look like at night time. It doesn't have to be white, it doesn't have to be light, but it's just a proposal. And Dr. Hawkins, in relation to your idea of sculpture, absolutely. So there is actually a proposal for a sculpture to be placed in front of the Da Vinci building. And on top of that, there's the breadcrumbs approach, which means a series of art pieces across the park. But we would be very happy to work with you and the local community should the application be approved at discharge of condition stage. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. That's satisfactory. Thanks. My next question, if I may, Chair. Village Green. It's not in the village, is it? Why is it being called Village Green?
I think that might be just the way the applicant has called it, for example. But I mean, it is technically, strictly speaking, it is. We are in the village still. I think it's the element of giving back. I think to the community is the spirit behind it. It might be a question for the applicant agent who are also speaking today, perhaps why they've arrived at that name.
Thank you. I think last one, you said some trees are being removed and they were what category C&E?
It's predominantly category C and category U. There is a small amount of category.
What are those categories?
Sorry. Category U is essentially a tree that is sort of on its last legs of their return, but it's in a very poor condition, and it's unlikely to be around much longer. Category C is, I believe the technical term is moderate quality. It's definitely in my report. Low quality, sorry. And category B, actually I've got it right in front of me. So 19 category B trees, which are trees of moderate quality, are to be removed. 47 category C trees, which are trees of low quality, are to be removed. And then 9 category U, which are called unretainable condition, are to be removed as well. So they're the trees that would be removed. Obviously, as our tree officer is satisfied with the ones that are being removed. But, yeah.
But then there's more that's going to be grown around the site. They'll be replaced.
There'll be an uplift in total trees on site. So the proposal would plant 285 new trees. So there'll actually be, as a result of this, there'll be 506 trees on the site. So, yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you. Yes, Chair, thank you. Other than the creche, I do not agree with that reasoning for the creche. It's a community facility, should not have been removed under any circumstances.
Okay. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, could you flip back to the planning balance slide, please? Okay, thank you. I've got two questions regarding the third bullet point. 530 new jobs on site. Is that 530 total, or is that 530 over and above the existing jobs on site? And also, where did these numbers come from? I wouldn't have thought we could estimate anywhere close to these numbers without knowing the business of the companies that are leasing on site. So it might be a lot less than this, it might even be more.
Through you, Chair, the 530 will be additional jobs above existing. In terms of how these figures were arrived at, again, if I mean to pass it on, Savills, who did author as well as being the planning agent, also authored the economic report, are present here today and will be speaking, so it might be a good opportunity to perhaps ask that to them in terms of where those figures were derived from. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the condition 37, which relates to parking, because parking, I think, is going to be quite a key theme to this application. Are officers confident that the wording of this really does enable the monitoring to be able to step in if parking becomes a problem? Because if I refer, sort of scrolling back to page 58, we can definitely see that there is an issue in relation to parking. I do kind of get to a stage where I think, why do we bother having parking ratio policies and the like? Because they always seem to be told, oh, don't worry, it'll be fine. It's a huge difference on page 59. Absolutely huge. I get we don't want people to use a car, but how on earth does that make sense? And then with that situation, we have to really make sure that condition is ridiculously robust in order to be able to stop issues for residents. I'm sorry to put you on the spot there, but I think it's going to be a key point.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, if I just go back to this slide that I did briefly go over in my presentation.
Chair, my question is around the conditioning. I appreciate you've got your slide, but...
Yeah, sorry, just to go back on the difference in the numbers is what I was, the reason why, for example, a strict interpretation of that policy would say the 1,600 figure, and it's different is because based on the travel plan data that we've already got for Project Birchwood, for example, adjacent to what was used on that, typically 80% would be arriving by car, so that would reduce that 1,600 number down a bit. I say a bit, it won't be the whole way. And then through other measures, it's anticipated that would come down another 5%. So just to provide some background to where that has arisen from, But in terms of the condition wording for 37, I think you'll recall we had similar discussion on Orchard Park, I think it was last month, about this wording. The wording we've used is the same style as wording as that, which I think members agreed was a bit more robust than the generic wording. So we have tried to go for the more robust, what we feel is a more robust wording, but there is a clause in there about monitoring for, I think it's 5 years, in one of the criteria. So in terms of the effect, yeah, obviously I can't really comment much more on that, but sorry, go on.
And this is because normally these things get opened in phases, right? So is this 5 years of the whole site being built out, or 5 years from opening? Because in my mind, until the site is fully opened, you're not going to really know what the consequences are. If it's just, we don't want the clock starting from the first building. And you said about from the existing management plan, but obviously this says that management plan would have to be signed off. So what weight, your 20, 25%, I mean, what planning weight does it really have?
So going to your first point about the condition as well in terms of when that applies, criteria 5 in Roman numerals currently says 5 years following first occupation. Now, having listened to your points there, it might be prudent to perhaps reword that so that it's 5 years following last occupation or final occupation or something like that to ensure that it's satisfied, because I agree that given the phasing proposed, that might leave us in a difficult position. So,
yeah, I think the conditions, but we don't want it to not start until then. So it would be monitoring, if it were to go ahead, monitoring from first occupation until 5 years post last occupation. Otherwise, you create a gap in between. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Redrup.
Thank you, Chair. I was looking at the planning balance as well, and the reason for refusal was the landscape team objection and the visual impact assessment not being in accordance with best practice. I just wonder how usual that is for a large development of this kind, and if it makes it more difficult for us to make the judgment.
through you, Chair, it might be worth, we've got Emma Lilly on the call. I think she's still on the call. I'm looking at the screen. There she is, yeah. It might be perhaps useful for her to come in and just sort of explain what typically happens in terms of best practice guidance and where this doesn't quite lie, and then perhaps we can get onto that as a second point in terms of how to treat that. But Emma, is it okay if you're able to expand on that, please?
Hi, of course. Thank you, Chair. So particularly the photography and the visual representation of development isn't in accordance with the Landscape Institute's technical guidance note on visual representation of development proposals. And this has made it quite difficult to judge what the significance of the effect is likely to be. Some of the information that we're missing is whether the views are verified. They're not presented in the standard way that would inform us on what the zoom level is. So are we seeing an effect that is a small element in the distance, or is it in fact in reality a much bigger element because of the way the kind of the camera focal lengths work, etc. So that's what's made it quite difficult. Typically, we would expect winter photography and very robust photographic sheets, as well as a dedicated plan showing the viewpoint locations in relation to things such as public footpaths and other publicly accessible places, and that's not being provided. And particularly in a development of this scale, that's very important for us to make that judgment. So that is where this TVIA, Townscape and Visual Impact Assessment, falls short. Does that answer your question?
I'm not sure I fully understand, but thank you. I just wondered if they'd chosen the sort of area, the sites that you would choose, or would that be lacking as well?
I think to a large extent the viewpoints that we would choose have been included. I think we would have included one more, and we would have hoped that that consultation would have happened over the scoping period of the application. But generally they have covered the areas. It's more the quality of the photography and the visualization that isn't clear and robust.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Handley.
Well, thank you, Chair. Actually, my point is very much related to Councillor Redrup's and the points just made by Ms Lilly. Because we saw pictures, photographs, and I couldn't really see, perhaps apart from one, I couldn't really see any that gave me big cause for concern. But if we can't rely on them as being the real deal, that bothers me. Because if you live in parts of Melbourne and one day you've got a huge building that you weren't expecting to see, I'll be very uncomfortable doing that. And I'm just wondering whether or not we've given this enough, we've explored it enough. The other question I would have is, you know, of those trees that are screening on those photographs, are any of those going to be removed by this project? We're losing a lot of trees. Some of those might actually go, so they'll be even more visible from the village.
I'll have a go at answer, Chair. In terms of that last point, if you just bear with me, I'll get the tree removal plan up. But the actual trees along the boundary are to be retained. But let me just get the actual tree removal plan to show you that. Bear with me. This one. I think it's coming through. Says so. Oh God, it's gone back a slide now. There we go. So the trees actually along the boundary here, the ones in green, for example, are shown to be retained. There are some smaller ones set within the site, but they're not really substantial. The substantial planting along here is to be retained. And then you can see them on the proposed plan. There wouldn't be much, there isn't really opportunities for much more on that boundary. So there's some proposed on the other boundaries, but in terms of new planting, but those trees are shown to be retained on that point. In terms of your other question, which I think is more about perhaps not having all that information that's been requested by Landscape now. Obviously, there's a degree of timing with this. The application was submitted in, I believe it was sort of March, April time. So when the application came in, it didn't come with winter views, for example. They've obviously been, I think the Landscape team, I'll be fair in saying in their own comments, said that they acknowledge you won't be able to get winter views right now. Because although we've gone through winter now, this was sort of targeted for probably a late autumn determination, so there was never going to be that opportunity to get the winter photography as such. But all I would say is that I think in a perfect world and desirable, I think it would be good perhaps to have that reassurance, that verifiability, but we haven't. So we're in the position that we are. We've got urban design are comfortable making recommendations that they feel it wouldn't have a detrimental impact. Same with conservation, for example. And we've come to the view, as you'll read in the report, that on balance, we think we've got enough information to make the judgment that it wouldn't harm the character and appearance of the area. So we very much have to assess what we've been presented with. It's best practice and it's guidance in terms of what would be good to have, but there's not a strict requirement as such. If we felt we really needed it, officers, we would say so, but I think we're comfortable making that recommendation with the information provided.
Councillor Redrup, do you want to say any more? Ask him to elaborate on that.
Yes, please. Thank you for showing this, Mr. Hammond. This mentions trees. I just wonder what the consequences of the proposal are on the hedge that's at the front of the development along Cambridge Road. And if that's being retained or if that's coming out. Sorry, I'm not quite sure. I can see it on this diagram.
Just come back. So is that because there's a hedgerow that runs, actually, if I go to the, probably easier to go to the viewpoints, actually. Is it this hedge here you're referring to?
Sorry, yes. I mean, I believe it goes towards the entranceway, the current entranceway.
Just seeing if it's, I think it extends slightly. I mean, I have seen a plan, just bear with me if I can find it, that did show a hedge on there. I don't know whether the existing hedge would be retained, but there was a plan showing there's one plan that showed it without and one showed it with. Obviously, we've got the boundary treatment, hard and soft landscaping condition, that we could either require a new hedge or retaining that hedge. So we do have that to fall back on as such, but I could probably find the slide with it on, but yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 points, hopefully easy to deal with, but picking up on things we've just talked about. So, given what we heard from one of the technical consultees earlier about these photographs, just for my own clarity, am I understanding it correctly then that because of the information that's not been provided, we can't be sure from those photographs that what's represented is actually what will be seen, because as we all know, sometimes when you take a photograph, the photograph comes out and it looks significantly further away than it actually looks in real life. So is my understanding correctly that we can't be sure actually that there isn't a sort of distorting distance effect because the information not provided? And I think this might have just been answered by Mr. Hammond, but that seems very important to me. And if we don't have certainty about what the visual impact of this development is, can we reasonably make a decision on it today without that information? It seems odd to me that we would.
I'll come back on the first point. I might ask Emma Lily again, perhaps just to clarify the differences and what perhaps a verified view would, what that would entail. It might be helpful. In the meantime, whilst Emma's answering that, I might ask Vanessa or Rebecca if they can come back on the other point about the information provided and whether we can make a decision. But Emma, if you want to crack on with the first point, thank you.
Hello, thank you, Chair. That's absolutely correct. Yes, so a verified view would determine the location and the height of the camera to a very small error margin, and then that would allow the computer generated visualization to be accurately represented in the view, as well as then those visual distortions that can occur when we don't know to what level or what zoom basically we're looking at when we're looking at the PDF on our screens. Are we looking at it at 100% zoom to see what we would see in real life on the site, or are we zooming in further? We don't have that information to make that judgment on. Typically on a photographic sheet, you would have that information in a title bar so that you could basically recreate that view with a degree of certainty if you needed to. And that's what the comfort is in a verifiable view that we don't currently have.
Thank you, very helpful. Very helpful, thank you.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So I think obviously it's up to us if we think we've got enough information to determine this application. I appreciate what you say for officers, and I think it's quite clear from how some councillors have spoken that many feel they do not have the appropriate level of information to make a decision. Could officers advise us how we would stand if we were to make a decision to defer in order to gain that information? How are we on timelines?
Can I just clarify, the information that you would be requesting would be winter views, which would mean photographs? No, now spring, so it would be November, December. I could just clarify, that would be the timeline.
As I understand it was to do with the focal length of the camera that was used. The normal equivalent, as I've been told, for a human vision is a sort of 50mm lens. That's comes out roughly like you would see in a human vision. We don't know the focal length of the cameras used in that, so we don't. If you use a telephoto lens, it makes it seem larger, and if you use a wide-angle lens, it makes it seem smaller than what you would see in real life.
Apologies, Chair. I thought I was being asked about getting the additional views and the additional information rather than just the Zoom information.
I think the issue that's been raised is verified views. I mean, it does feel quite wintry at the moment, but that aside, the verified views and what's being raised here, but it's how are we on that time? What is the agreed termination dates, etc. If we were to defer, or how long would it take to get this information? Are we talking 10-15 minutes or a week?
For you, Chair, I think in terms of obtaining that information, I'd imagine it's realistically going to take at least a few weeks, probably months. I don't think it's just a quick fix. It wouldn't take 10 to 15 minutes, for example. So, and obviously, we'd want the landscape officer to then look at that information again and confirm they're verified, for example, if you were minded to acquire it. So, no, I think, I don't know, Rebecca, if you want to touch on whether we were looking at a potential deferral or not for that information. I think our feeling was probably not was the answer, but I'll let you.
So I would suggest that we wait and see what the public speakers say. Can I ask Emma Lilly again whether my interpretation of what the comments were, she sees that as accurate? I made a comment and I'm not the expert. So.
Hello, thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. That's part of what we are seeking, and certainly those verified views would be a key component. And there is allowance in the guidance for summer photography in circumstances where the project constraints mean that winter photography can't be obtained. In terms of additional photography now, anything that basically is before leaf burst would be of benefit. So we're probably talking going into late April, maybe May, where we could still get sufficient kind of permeability through the vegetation to get a good view of the worst case scenario, which is the aim of the photography.
Okay.
So as Emma's confirmed, if we could get additional photography in April, May, then obviously the applicant would have to put the wireframes onto those photographs, submit to us. We would then have to consult with Emma. So if we were asking for that additional information, it would be much later in the year, I'd say a month, 6 months before we could get the information back to committee.
Strictly speaking, the extension of time is, I believe, until next week technically. But if obviously there was a recommendation to approve today, they would agree to an extension of time, obviously. But technically, as stands, we've only got till next week to determine the application.
Sorry. Thank you. I'd like to welcome, take the point to welcome students from Japan, planning students from Japan who are visiting us today. We're in the middle of considering an application for a new lab development, rebuilding a lab estate in Melbourne, a village which is about 10 miles from Cambridge. And discussion at the moment is on landscape issues. Now, I've got some questions, a question as well, in terms of comments on landscape issues. The impression I get that most of the landscape comments come from the northeast of the site, from the residents, and yet the implications from the photos, good or bad as they may be, is that the biggest impact is from the south in terms of visual impact. In terms of we saw those developments along Cambridge Road. Did we have many objections from the south to that impact? the impact, the visual impact, rather than the overshadowing. I get the impression that there's, the comment was made that there's no actual sunlight impact on it.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously there were comments from residents along the south of Cambridge Road and those sort of side roads that come off it. There were objections. Some of them did relate to the scale and massing of it. Obviously, yeah, there's a slightly different arena from design and impact to what an overbearing impact is. I think if I refer back, actually, I had that slide, well, I don't need to, sorry, but it was roughly 35 metres or more the distance from those properties. So as much as, yes, it will be visible, I don't think we'd say it has an overbearing or a pressing impact on them because of that distance. That was our feeling.
Perhaps Emma Lily could comment. I mean, the photos that we saw were basically set back some way into that estate. Rather than, do you have any photographs right close to Cambridge Road upon the impact there? And how would you see the impact at closer quarters?
Thank you, Chair. We don't have any images closer to Cambridge Road. I think generally the level of impact on these receptors has been assessed as moderate. Yes, at the moment they sit quite comfortably in the building line, but at the same time they remove some of the openness and views of skies and vegetation that you currently have. So you could only, it would probably be viewed as an adverse effect. I think probably some views closer on Cambridge Road would have been useful, as they would have been an additional one to the northeast of the site where a footpath meets Cambridge Road. It's very difficult to say whether the impacts would be increased or not without that evidence.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, you had further query?
Yeah, I think it'd be good to get some advice, because we're in a ridiculous situation where we don't feel we've got the information that we need to make a decision, but we've only got a week. So then that, where do we stand? What are our options right now? Because this does feel a bit like hands tied behind our backs.
Councillor Fenn.
Chairman, I would urge that we don't get hung up on LVIAs and the exact action at this stage. As the Landscape Institute says in its guidance, this does not provide a detailed or formulaic recipe that can be followed in every situation. It remains the responsibility of the professional to ensure that the approach is appropriate to the task in hand. We will be hearing from the public speakers on this, and we can come back to it later in the debate if we want to. I think it would be helpful to move forward.
Can we have comments from the manager?
I was also just going to add in that obviously we've brought the scheme, it's presented as it is in front of you. If members are concerned that they don't have sufficient information, there's obviously the opportunity to overturn the officer recommendation and refuse on the grounds of insufficient information, to be able to determine for particular reasons, such as impact on the character of the landscape.
Councillor Harvey, you had a comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was quite surprised in a way that there isn't more mention in the report around the sort of shift in the focus of what would be the new science park vis-a-vis the existing one, because my understanding is it will kind of be a shift away from telecoms and radio frequency more towards biotech. And therefore, I was looking at the water. I mean, it's quite impressive that with the increase in floor space, the water usage is being reduced. But on the other hand, I suppose, you know, is that predicated on the existing use, or because my understanding is, you know, biotech with sort of wet labs compared to telecoms development would use more water. So I sort of wondered if, is there any more information we can have on how that's being achieved? And because it seems like it's quite an impressive sort of aggregate reduction in water given the change of focus in terms of occupancy.
Through you, Chair. I was hoping Tracy Martin, our sustainability officer, would be here today, but unfortunately she's off ill. But I can confirm that a lot of that reduction is, for example, due to things like the phasing of the development. So the way the development would be phased, i.e. it wouldn't be a sudden stop and then the whole new development. They would introduce that. Without meaning to pass back again, I'm mindful, I could see one of the agents who's going to be speaking later was quite involved in that water report, so it might be useful perhaps for a question for him. I'm happy to look at the detail in the background as well to make sure we've got it covered, but he might be able to answer it a lot better than I can. But thank you.
Councillor Redrup, and then I think we will move on to the next stage.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of questions on conditions, if that's okay. There's a few buildings with planting down the side of them shown in the drawings, and I just wondered if that greenery is covered by condition and if it needs to be retained in perpetuity or if there's sort of a 5-year limit. I was also wondering about the timing of the section 106. Because it says for a lot of the items preoccupation, and I just wondered what that meant in terms of a long-term phase delivery over 8 to 10 years. I also wondered about parking for the community regions, like the hotel, the restaurant, and Building A. Is there any provision for EV charging parking spaces there? And should there be according to our policies? And then for Building A, I just wondered if that's the whole of Building A that's being used for community use, or if it's part, and if that should be specified. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. So in terms of the greenery and securing that, we do have condition 18. I think criteria D, for example, requires the long-term maintenance of that to be submitted. So we do have that to require that. If it helps, we could always, and for example, there's criteria B on it, which is where if within a period of 5 years from planting, it dies, it needs to be replanted, etc. So I think we've got it covered. If it helps, we could always add an informative that when submitting the information, this should include details of the boundaries, like you said. In terms of the, I'll go for the EV charging next. There is a condition, sorry, I'm frantically trying to look through my report to find it, but there was a condition about electric charging because I think from my calculations they were one short. We could adapt that condition because I think it's a good point you raised, Councillor Redrup, that it is quite focused. It's condition 23 I'm looking at now. It's quite focused on the mobility hub, so I do wonder whether we could amend the trigger point and the wording of that condition so that it also covers, for example, the moat house and the community use in terms of the provision of some sort of electric charging for that, because I think it's a fair point that that's quite focused on employees and that there is a lot of other elements in the scheme that haven't got it. So if members were minded, we could amend condition 23 to include that. In terms of the Building A uses, obviously in section -6, we're planning to include a mechanism that they retain public accessibility. As we had discussion today, obviously it was shown as a creche originally, but we've got a gym, physio, a dentist shown on the plan. There is that condition towards the end of the report, sorry, I haven't got the exact number, which talks about what can be used within that in terms of the use classes, 42 being pointed to now. So as far as we're concerned there, the community aspect is quite well secured. I'm not sure if that fully answers your question, but feel free to come back if it doesn't. And in terms of the section 106 timing, what's said in the report is obviously because the section 106, as I'm sure you know, will be drafted, a lot of that will come down to detail to be drafted and delegated to officers. I think it will be a case that we would want those prior to occupation uses secured. It would all depend a bit on which block they relate to. So I haven't really got the exactly when that comes in, whether it's prior to first occupation of all buildings or certain ones. but typically that does come to officers a bit later in the process. If you had a concern, again, we could add either informative, or officers could note that if there was any preference of how certain elements came forward, we could always secure it that way.
Thank you. It was just...
Sorry. Councillor Redrup, you've finished?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes, I'm just wondering about the naming of the car park as a mobility hub. Does that have any other significance? Is it used for anything else, or would it just be a car park?
Come back. Technically speaking, on the ground floor, there is a small element for renting bikes, so repairing bikes, for example. So it would predominantly be used as a means of car parking, but there would be a rental bike zone within there. So it's more just a name, really, but yeah.
I have one final question, and then we'll move on. The comment was made about the loss of the creche, and it will be a useful facility. And the reason for that was because you didn't want people delivering children to the creche, and there would be a lot of traffic. Would it be possible to restrict access to that car parking space simply to people working in the building rather than clients? Because that might seem to me to solve the problem, that problem. Obviously, we can't insist that they have a creche, but at least that would make it perhaps a feasible possibility in the future, because in practice, we don't know what actually is going to be presented as a potential use of those buildings.
Sorry, Chair, just looking at the conditions as we've currently got. We've got, I thought there was some sort of parking management plan or something to that effect. Sorry, I haven't got it right in front of me. But in terms of whether those spaces could be used specifically for staff car parking or not, condition 37, yes, because the travel plan and the parking management plan together. So we could, so through that we could, for example, because criteria 2 or II in Roman numerals is how the car parking spaces are distributed and allocated to the employees of the site. So within that, we'd have the scope to potentially say these are for staff only, if you were minded, if that's how you felt. I wasn't sure if there was a second question in there. I'm not sorry. I was.
You've covered what I was asking. Now, I plan to finish around at 1:30. I think I was hoping that we were going to do it all this morning, but clearly I don't think we're going to now. So I will just ask for you from now the beginning of the public speakers. Can we have the objector, William Webb, please? You have 3 minutes. And I will stop you if you exceed 3 minutes, just so you know.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of Moat Lane, known as the Science Park Neighbourhood Group. I'm supported here by Annette Myers. We've also uploaded a short paper to the portal, should you want to look at it in more detail. We understand the need to update the Science Park. Some of us work there. We're not opposed to the development there, but to the scale of the development. So we'd be happy to see existing buildings replaced with buildings of similar size, but this is not the case. Critically, 1- and 2-storey buildings are being replaced with 3-storey buildings with facades extending to a 4th storey over 18 metres high. These would be the tallest buildings not only in Melbourne, but for miles around. They would hugely overshadow our homes and overlook our gardens and dwarf the residential buildings, some of which are Grade 2 listed. It would be a dramatic change to the village street scene, and I wonder if that is sympathetic to a Cambridgeshire village. And indeed, we've been looking at projections, visual projections. None of them show what it's going to look like from our houses or our back gardens, and it's understandable why, because with a building of over 18 metres tall, a few tens of metres from our house, the impact is going to be staggering, and we would like to see those kind of projections, I think, before any further planning can go ahead, because I think you have inadequate evidence in terms of what that sort of visual impact is going to be to the people who live right close beside the science park. And the mitigating measures, such as planting tall trees, will put us further into shadow. And we've talked a bit about the living facade, but we do have our doubts that it soon becomes a dying facade and more of an eyesore than a help in protecting us visually. We've also found to our cost from the new Birchwood development that lights at night are very intrusive. Lights at 15 metres or more on the third storey of these buildings will be left on all night, just as they are on the Birchwood site right now, removing any chance of dark skies from where we live. We've heard that nearly 1,000 car parking spaces are proposed for the site. That's more than the Grand Arcade car park in Cambridge. Really? Along with the 400 parking spaces recently added to the Birchwood site, that's 1,400, and we've heard that that's inadequate. There's going to be a multi-storey car park in a village setting. Is that sympathetic to the village? And these cars have to travel through Melbourne, which already struggles badly in term time during peak hours. 1,000 extra vehicles means that gridlock is unavoidable in the city, in the village. To conclude, we're not NIMBYs. We understand and accept the need to modernise the science park, but it should be with buildings of equivalent footprint to the ones that are already there, not buildings that are going to be the tallest for miles around. There are other ways of delivering the space needed than building upwards. We urge the committee to look closely at why such huge buildings are needed and whether there are better options more in keeping with a residential village. We love living in Melbourne, but we fear for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the objectors, please? Councillor Hall, Dr. Hall.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you for your presentation. I mean, I was recently at the TTP site and actually won an award 2 weeks ago, the CFCI award. But I was interested to hear your comment about the light pollution from it. How bad is it?
Yeah, we're 24/7. All the properties along the back, we're long-standing residents, so we have a relationship between us, have in fact all installed white blackout blinds, blackout blinds. And despite the low-level lighting and it being LED lighting, etc., for the modern day, it's on constantly 24/7. And we've looked at interest at the lighting plan for this development, and it seems extensive throughout the site. Currently, it's predominantly dark at night, but this shows a comprehensive lighting plan. I have no doubt that it will glow just like the TTP one does from the A10 now.
Thank you. That's interesting because the TTP side is not as high as this building.
No, it's very sympathetic to the skyline, whereas obviously this is tremendous. Yeah. It's something that's maybe more in keeping with the science park development in Cambridge as opposed to a small southern village, in our view.
Thank you.
Have we any other questions of the? Thank you very much indeed. Oh wait, before you go, one question. I just wanted to ask, your group of residents, are they mainly from the Moat Lane area north of the site, or are they also from the area south of Cambridge Road?
They're from the Moat Lane area, site all the way along, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I have one more speaker, and then we will have the agents speaking, and then after the agents, we will have a break before the elected representatives speak. Okay, thank you. Paul Rowland, sharing with Josh Stokes, in person from the agents. Can we have your presentation? Between you, we again restrict you to 3 minutes presentation. Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. My name is Paul Rowland. I'm here to speak for the applicant Bruntwood SciTech, whose ambition is to provide fully supported, high-quality office and laboratory space at Melbourne. Bruntwood SciTech are long-term asset holders and managers, and as such, they're interested in securing a highly adaptable and appropriate development. To this end, we've engaged positively with the Parish Council, local community, and your officers
and made changes to the scheme over the last 2 years. The current park is ageing, and whilst well maintained, most of the building stock is no longer fit for purpose in terms of current and future needs for life science occupiers. Now that TTP's vacated the park, there's unlikely to be the demand from high-quality occupiers, given the relative age and inflexibility of the accommodation. It's likely that unless there is significant investment and renewal of the built infrastructure, that the car park will fall into a managed decline. A decision to refuse this application would not therefore maintain the status quo, rather it would signal the future decline of the site. The proposals involve a significant element of replacement buildings and the more efficient use of the site through the rationalisation of car parking, which allows the enhancement of the existing parkland setting and the introduction of new village green, larger, high quality and beautiful buildings. Overall, this allows an increase in the quantum of floor space on the site, whilst retaining and reinforcing the attractiveness of the currently mature landscape. Crucially, it allows for the development to become more environmentally efficient, addressing biodiversity, energy and water scarcity targets, whilst also respecting the character of the location at the edge of the village. Given the brownfield nature of the site, we believe this opportunity is consistent with the Council's aspirations for sustainable growth and the strategy to ensure the necessary development of business parks to fuel the economic engine for growth in South Cambridgeshire. A scheme delivering less floor space would not be viable. The officer's thorough report has identified all of the material considerations to be taken into account, along with the views of statutory consultees, and we're pleased to note that none has been identified that would warrant the refusal of the application. Whilst we respect the opinions of those parties that address you today, no new issues have been raised, and the officer's assessment and recommendation, having been prepared in full knowledge of those matters, remains relevant. The collective vision of both Bruntwood SciTech and their design team is for the park to become a globally recognised world-class campus, where research, commercialisation, life science innovation and manufacturing come together to improve the future of human health, well-being and business within the established village and wider science cluster. And we ask you to support this objective by resolving to grant planning permission today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? Councillor Sandford, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rowland, apart from provision of cycle parking, I've seen nothing about sustainable travel in any of these presentations. For example, Granter Park, which is a well-regarded science park in South Cambridgeshire, provides a shuttle bus for its employees between the site, Cambridge Station and Cambridge City Centre. Will you make any commitment to sustainable travel to and from this site, please?
Thank you, Chair. I think you'll see there's conditions in the proposed recommendation in relation to travel plan development. The thing about that, there certainly is a commitment to sustainable travel and to diverting people away from reliance on private cars. And in part, that's part of our story, because otherwise we would need to be providing a lot more car parking on space on site. So the proposals will evolve. There is a commitment to a travel plan champion and the commitment to a travel plan strategy. It will evolve depending on the type of occupiers and the pace at which the development takes place. We have started to look at shuttle buses, linkages through to the station, what's going to happen when the Greenway is developed, how much harder we can push towards cycle and other means. So yes, there is that commitment from the company. Eileen Wilson, Councillor Wilson.
Mr. Rowan, when you're planting trees, have you some idea of the development of the trees that you'll be planting and how long it will take them to provide effective screening? Will they be very young trees or will they be more mature trees that you're planting on the site?
Chair, there's been a lot of detailed work on the proposed landscape arrangements, the specification of and typology of trees and the preparation of the ground to ensure that what goes in gets established and becomes effective quickly. Building on what Mr. Hammond said before, the big trees at the boundaries of the site are all preserved as part of this development. So we're not relying on new trees to create that context for the site. A lot of the trees are to be planted within and around the new public areas within the site. But yes, we've been discussing in detail with your council's landscape officers how to prepare the soil and what plants and tree types and sizes to select. There'll be a range on day one that goes in, small because they grow quicker, bigger because you can see something early on, and a range betwixt and between.
Thank you. I just wanted to, before we continue with the questions, I wanted to ask the Parish Council representative, Councillor Travis, whether he can stay on, whether he has any problem staying on. Yeah. So it's okay, is it? Yes. Thank you very much. I wanted to know whether to give you time before lunch or not. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Yes, I just wondered if I could give a bit more information on my previous question. Are the water consumption figures based on a switch more towards life sciences and biotech and away from sort of comms and radio frequency, or are they actually based on extrapolation from the existing uses?
I know that Josh Stokes has been itching to answer that question, and here he is, Josh Stokes from Shepherd Robson.
I'll do my best. Yeah, Josh Stokes from Shepherd Robson Architects. So the water addendum that we submitted, it was based on the BRE's BREEAM Watto 1 calculator. So the methodology that we went through, and this was a multidisciplinary report. It was ourselves, the civil engineer, landscape designer, and also the public health engineer. And what happened is we assessed the existing water consumption on the site through metered data. Where metered data wasn't available, we made an estimate based on the size of unit or the use that was in that building. And then through doing that, we had an existing consumption target. And then we've applied best practice using the Watto 1 calculator to work out what the proposed consumption will be at each stage of the development. So we've tracked all the stages to make sure that other than a tiny period at the start, we are throughout the development actually making a saving on water, which we hope in some way will contribute to resolving the scarcity issue that's in Cambridge at the moment.
Thank you.
Can I just
can you have another question?
Well, I suppose the point was, has the water consumption specifically taken into account the shift towards life sciences and therefore wet labs and away from electronics effectively, which we would imagine is a very low water consumption. So, yeah, that's the question.
Yes, they are. So the water consumption estimate that's been provided assumes the new typology of use, the wet lab use.
Okay, Councillor Bill Hanley.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, question about, is there any possibility, I get your message about viability and the need to retain floor space, but is there any scope to reduce the height of some of these buildings? I'm looking in particular of Block F and the car park mobility hub, which seem to me to be the biggest sort of massing on the site. You know, is there any possibility of reducing the height of these while still maintaining viability?
I think I'd start with a sub-answer, which is we are satisfied with the massing and scale of the proposals that we've put to you. In general terms, we became aware quite early on in our consultations with the parish council and with the local residents that there were concerns about the massing and the height of the buildings. And we did look carefully to see what we could do, and the plans have changed. Those taller buildings have moved further away from the edges of the site so that they're not so close to people. And Josh would probably tell you next that
areas of the upper floors have been removed or set back or staggered so that the shape and appearance of the buildings is more sympathetic and conducive and less sudden. So that has all happened. I might get a question about LVIA in a minute, which would be a joy. But staying on the actual subject, the requirements, the functional requirements for these new buildings have established floor-to-ceiling heights, which it would be pointless to reduce because we would not then be able to attract the sort of people and the sort of businesses that we want to attract to those buildings. The cost of putting up that sort of stuff has requirements that flow through the viability, and therefore you have to achieve a certain amount of lettable floor space in order for the whole thing to be realistic at all. And the net result is this scale and appearance is the least we believe we can do and still deliver a viable development and get a board to say, yes, we'll pay for it.
Thank you. Yes, your further questions?
So you're saying there's no, sorry, Mr. Rowland is saying that there's no scope perhaps to reduce the height by, you know, actually going underground, say with the car park?
So we have a unique geology to this site, which means that the water table is quite high in the ground. It's impacted some of our sub-strategies. We're also targeting ambitious embodied carbon targets, which means excavating earth underground is not permissible, really. So, no, we want to try and keep things to the existing ground plane, and as Paul alluded to, making the architecture beautiful, filtering views where we need to through landscape enhancement, but yeah, excavation wasn't an option for us.
Thank you. And Councillor Dr. Toomey Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you. Thanks, Mr. Rowland, for your presentation. Yes, you've heard our concerns about the LVI, so what information can you give us in addition, please?
Well, I think the first thing to say is frustratingly, it's not in addition. The LVIA documentation that was presented states in terms that all the photography has been carried out in accordance with the landscape technical guidance notes. So it is with fixed 50mm lenses, it is with tripods, it is done by a professional photographer, it is then verified, and what you see is what you would have got if we'd done it the way your advisor is saying we should have done it, because that is what we've done. The only thing we haven't done is take those pictures when there were no leaves on the trees. So where you see those images with the faint lines and you think, well, we can't even see those above the trees, that is a true image. That is scoping the extent and appearance of the outline of the buildings. If the trees didn't have leaves on, yes, you would be able to discern more of the buildings below and behind the crowns of those trees. The issue with LVIA is it is supposed to help you to understand the impact of the development. It's not a tick box requirement. Unless you've done a proper LVIA, you can't have planning permission. It is to help you. And I genuinely believe that the information that's in that document allows you to understand where you would need to be able to see the buildings and how much of the buildings you would be able to see from that point if you were looking really hard. Bearing in mind that most of the agreed, all the viewpoints were agreed, first of all, with your landscape consultant. So it's a bit difficult for us to sit here and be told it would have been nice to have another one from here and another one from there. We should have been told that 18 months ago, and we weren't. So you have what was agreed. Many of those viewpoints, and Michael's report says it for you, are from 500, 750 metres away. And you have to have chosen, when you got to that point on the A10, and you're enjoying walking the dog, to stop looking at 360 degrees and focus in on 30 degrees over there to look at the gap between two trees half a mile away and think, my goodness, I can see the edge of Melbourne Science Park. Now, what you might see at that point might be the new TTP building, or it might be a little bit of our building sheltered behind the TTP building. Or in 10 years' time, it might be a little bit of our mobility hub behind those 120 new houses on the allocated site between us and where you're standing. So, genuinely believe you have enough information. A deferral would be enormously disappointing for us if all you're wanting us to do is take pictures of trees with no leaves on, because the outlines and the base information will be exactly the same. We have had some of that conversation with your consultant, but what we haven't done is rewrite the report in exactly the shape and style that she would have preferred us to do.
Thank you very much for that. I need to come back, Chair, please.
Thank you.
I need to come back.
Thank you.
There's also the issue of, I mean, I know you said, the heights, the concern about the heights and the massing, you've addressed that, and that's what we are seeing now is the best that you've been able to come up with. Okay, that aside, what about the, put it this way, I mentioned this earlier on, there's something about those who will be working on that site who will have young families, and yet one of the community facilities which would have helped them and their well-being has been removed, which is the creche. Why? And we don't have enough in South Cambs. You'll be bringing more young families in who will have these issues. So, yes, the building might look good and all that, but those who are going to work there, will have some issues, wouldn't they?
Yes, we understand what you're saying. We understood it with respect. We understood it before you said it. We thought creche is one of the things that you would normally put on a new business park if you possibly can. Exactly. Here's a building that we could put it in. We'll put it in the planning application. We did. And we sold it, frankly, as being, look, this is a community facility. It's a benefit to the community. It's something we want to do anyway, and it'll have positives for the local people. There'll be another opportunity for employment, la, la, la. The trouble is, the only way to get into it conveniently is straight off Cambridge Road on a dedicated access point. And the highways officers' experience, and I have to say mine to a degree, is that if you've got a creche, everybody turns up with a pushchair and a car seat and a child, and they're in a hurry to get to work, and they stop as close to the place as they can, unload the child, drop them in the place, come back out, get in the car. The only places to do that are on a small car park that we had proposed, which the officers thought was probably too small, and it would involve a lot of people coming and going over an access point, which he thought was too narrow, and they would probably instead choose to park out on the road, which is where the bus stops. So he said, too difficult. And our client said, if that's a thing that's going to trip this application up, we will remove it. We're in a science park business, not primarily the creche business. So if you think the balance is wrong, remove the condition that Michael is recommending, and you'll probably see a creche there.
Thank you. I mean, I know it's too difficult. It's not a phrase that I like to hear. I like to hear creative solutions. And I would have thought that there would be a way to make it work. But if you think there's a way to make it work, then maybe we can discuss that later on. As far as the massing goes, you heard about the light pollution. What can you do about that?
So all of the buildings they'll have PIR sensors on the floor. So if there's nobody active on the floor, the lighting of that floor will turn off. Equally, the buildings have sustainability credentials at their core. So we have, you've seen it in the visuals, but the kind of perforated aluminium shading on the outside of the building. That does two things. It does one, to stop the glass overheating from solar gain, but it also then helps filter any light emissions out of the buildings as well in the reverse, basically. So alongside that and the enhanced landscape buffers that we're planning to install, that will also help filter any remediating issues with light pollution. In terms of landscape lighting, so I know there was a query on that earlier, the general philosophy has been to keep things as low as possible. So keeping it safe, but also respecting the fact that this is a rural site and we want to keep lighting low.
Yeah. And as I said, I've been to the Unity TP site, and yes, it's low-level lighting, but as you heard,
Well, I'd add to that.
there's still issues.
I'd add to that in relation to anything to do with TTP. I'm sure the officers have said to you each site on its merits before now.
I understand that. I'm just...
The TTP site has extensive surface parking, runways for vehicles and what have you, which all need to be lit for safety purposes. We are not proposing that. We're moving away from that. So the lighting will be in buildings where it can be controlled. The condition that Michael has recommended gives additional control over any external lighting that needs to be fitted to buildings for safety or security, and that would obviously be governed in a downward and contained manner as well.
Thank you. Have we any more questions? Because I think it's probably time now to retire for lunch. I suggest we now break and come back at 2:30. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, welcome back to the South Cambridge District Council Planning Committee. We now come to the elected members, speakers. First of all, the Parish Council. Can we have Councillor John Travis, please? First of all, can I ask you, do you have the agreement of your council to represent them? Okay. Can you say it on on the speaker?
Right, thank you.
Can you repeat it again?
Yes, of course. Yes, I'm Councillor John Travis, Melbourne Parish Councillor. I speak for Melbourne Parish Council.
Thank you.
Right, the Melbourne Parish Council considered this application at a meeting in April 2023 and resolved to support it. Melbourne Parish Council understands the Science Park requires redevelopment and welcomes this in principle. The new park will create job opportunities, attract people, skills, and significant investment to the village. It's planning to use sustainable energy and encourage sustainable transport. The park will also become more accessible to the public. It's already accessible, but it will become more so, and it will enhance green, open spaces. However, we believe this is the first time that the applicant has proposed carrying out this scale of project in a village rather than an urban setting. Our decision to support, therefore, comes with three serious reservations. Firstly, the townscape and visual impact assessment. The height and scale of the buildings will have a significant impact on the street scene. Building characteristics lack harmony with this rural village setting. Compared to the present park, the plans are for much larger buildings near adjacent roads. Neighbouring properties will be overlooked and may be affected by a loss of natural light during the day and suffer from light pollution at night, especially during the construction phase. Secondly, then, the construction phase. It's understood that construction work on the site could take up to 8 years or more. There's concern about the impact of this work on neighbouring residents and the wider village. Noise, vibrations and debris from the works near resident properties will have an impact on the well-being of residents, and we understand this view is shared by the Health Impact Assessment Officer at South Cambridge District Council. The Melbourne Council also questions whether the health assessment carried out by Savills consulted an appropriate professional, and this is really because of the South Cambridge Health Impact Assessment Officer having highlighted significant missing information, apparently in the report. Lastly, the future impact of traffic on the village is of concern. I know this was discussed this morning. According to the Transport Assessment Report, there will be 900, well, I'm not sure of the number was quoted slightly differently this morning, but we thought there would be 978 car parking spaces on the site, implying that there would be 1,000 vehicles possibly on the site at any one time. And during construction work, there'll be increased traffic due to traffic travelling through the village, and yet more when the park is fully operational. So although we're supporting this application, the Melbourne Parish Council requests that, assuming planning consent is given, that the correct conditions are put in place to mitigate the impact of A, the wider development on the village, and the increased traffic load on the village.
Thank you very much. 15 minutes is up. Can we have any questions for Councillor Travis? Councillor Williams. Councillor Williams, I can say this time.
Down or Williams, as it were. And there are three of us to choose from at this council. Can I just ask on the conditions? Obviously, there is a raft of conditions through this, and there's been some debate amongst members already on such things. Is there any condition particularly that you feel is missing or that needs bolstering, or none of the above is an option as well in response?
I I don't have anything more specific than where there's a great concern about the traffic load, particularly on Cambridge Road, and a doubt really as to whether the aspirations that traffic will turn, as it were, left out of the site and leave the village towards the A10, rather than taking a shortcut perhaps through the village. We're talking about a very large number of vehicles now. I think people are saying, you know, it could be 1,500 vehicles perhaps exiting the site at night when the facility's fully built. Some of those will go through the village. The village is basically a medieval footprint still, and we're going to have to put up with that kind of traffic load on top of what's already there. The village has increased in size significantly in the last 10 years.
Okay. Any further questions?
Thank you for the response. And I imagine an area of particular concern is where the sort of co-op and Leach's Butchers is, and that I think we've all been stuck there on many an occasion, even on a Sunday. So this might be just for officers. If obviously we've had the response there about the area of concern, I think if we could have a response in the course of the debate around how enforceable these things are, because there's, as I said, there's one thing having a theory and a plan. There's another thing about how we actually enforce that plan. So could we have some clarity on that, please, Chair?
Sorry, Chair, I don't know if we'll do it now or through the debate. I thought I heard later, but yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed in the list of objections raised, one was that the concerns of the parish council have not been addressed. Now, the concerns of the parish council, you've outlined them, and they're set out in 6.2 of our report on page 26. Is there anything additional that you feel you've submitted that has not been addressed? Clearly, the question of the height of the buildings is difficult to address. We either accept this or not, as the case may be. But are there other particular points which you feel the parish council made which have not been addressed so far?
No, I think the two key things in the long term which concern us are the effect on the street scene, on the visual impact of the build, because it's so different to the site that exists at the moment. We understand the case for a better science park, but the impact on the street scene is very great. I think we have concerns that this will somehow get swept under the carpet because of the need to develop the site in an economically viable way. But I think the long-term issues with traffic are the things which concern us the most, because traffic is already a problem in Melbourne, and this will significantly add to it.
Any other? Thank you very much indeed. Okay, now we come to the local members. We have two local members. First of all, Council. Have you decided your sequence, Councillor?
Looks like it. If it's okay with you, Chair.
First, Councillor Hales, and then Councillor Hart. And each of you have 3 minutes.
If you don't mind, Chair, before you start your timer, I'd like to make a declaration of interest. I'm a director of Melbourne Hub, and in the 106 agreement, there is money going to the hub, but it's a non-pecuniary, but I just thought I'd get it out there while we're here. And if you don't mind, Sally Ann and I will do a tag team. I think you described it as Morecambe and Wise. She's the wise one. So if that's okay with you, we'll just crack on and do that, yeah? Okay, thanks. So thank you for hearing us this afternoon. It's very disappointing. This application has taken a long time to come to committee, from during the consultations at the start of last year and through last year, up until about August, I think. So some of the things that were raised at that point weren't addressed, as you've heard from the Parish Council, and the bulk of those issues were on scale. So when we've been sitting here listening to colleagues on the Planning Committee asking questions before public speaking, those lines of questioning are paramount in our minds. So when we finished our presentation, please ask lots of questions because we are very, very keen to answer them. Now, you will have seen a document we submitted to colleagues in Dem Services, which has got basically the paragraphs from Mr. Hammond's report with a bit of detailed writing to it. Again, those are questions that we would really love to be answered. And I think that's it, really, other than from me anyway. But that, from my point of view, this is about the scale and impact. Comments have been made as you walk down the Cambridge Road with the Science Park to your left, walking out towards Cambridge, that you would lean to your right towards the road because these buildings are so big that they make you feel that they're towering over you. And they are the best part of nearly double what is going to be there if you look at them. And I know these guys will argue that it's not double, but it's the feeling of double. So, as has been said earlier, this development is a metropolitan development. It's not a village, it's a cityscape, it's not a village-scape. So, the bigger developments they've done in the past on the side of Manchester, in a huge field somewhere up north, there was nothing round it. This is nailed to the side of Melbourne, which is a Doomsday registered village, Doomsday Book registered village, and everything is no more than 2 stories. So I'll leave that thought with you and hand over to Miss Wise. Thanks.
Thank you. I will be coming back to Jose to talk about sewage, because he knows a lot about sewage. I think what we both want to state is that we are in support of the site being redeveloped as a science park. However, this proposal is better suited, as Joseph said, to a cityscape rather than a village setting. There are severe reservations that you've heard from the Parish Council and documented in the papers from residents. I've been interested in looking at that table on paragraph 3.1, where you can actually see the increase in square meterage of this site. It is huge compared to what it was. The creche is something that really concerns me. I know when villagers were consulted, the creche was part of the plans. I don't understand why vehicles can't access there, because that multi-use path that's there at the moment has at least 3 more crossings on it that have give-way signs where the members of the public have to give way to traffic. So that I don't understand why the creche has been taken out. I've been interested in the terms that have been used today. We spoke about planning applications being sympathetic and in proportion. This one isn't, in our view. Terms like village green, when actually the green is not inside the village, it's on the outskirts of the village. A mobility hub that really is a car park. And the term sort of urban development rather than rural. Now, Bruntwood have been really good consulting with the Parish Council on 3 occasions, but sadly, since August 23, none of the severe reservations have been addressed. And I would like to think that they're into best practice. So I feel very concerned that LVIA documentation isn't available. I couldn't see any photographs from Moat Lane, and we had residents from Moat Lane talking about the effect of those properties on their lives, really. So I would at least, if I was sitting where you are, want that information to be able to make a decision. Jose, I'm going to hand back to you to talk about sewage.
Thanks. The guys have talked about how much water is going into the site, and they didn't talk about how much is going out. That's because the statutory obligation of Anglian Water, Unfortunately, Melbourne has enjoyed various planning applications throughout the years with the comment there's 50% slack in the system from Anglian Water. We challenged those comments, and Anglian Water did a hydraulic test of the entire system, and it came back as 100% at capacity. So they then dug up our high street and put 3 or 4 dirty, great big concrete tanks, if you like, in line with the sewage system to put an ebb and flow, if you like, in the system so that the silly little pumping station that we have can keep up with itself. I can't remember the numbers. Is it 83 mega litres of water coming into the system has got to go somewhere. If it's going to go directly to Royston treatment plant, that's a fair old trek. If it goes into the pumping station in Melbourne, it will not be able to cope. Even with the telemetry, it just will not be able to cope. So we are concerned that the very low manholes in and around the village will start to sprout brown fountains. And that is not nice for anybody. And we've had that for a number of years, and we thought we were over that. So I'd like those answers on that one. So. And there's another little gem. 8 to 10 years, I think it says, for 106 agreements to start being triggered off at various points. I would ask the committee to make a direction to the developers, if this was approved, that the 106 is for the community-based stuff. And I've already declared my interest, but there's a whole raft of other things there. And that includes the parish council, actually, because all of their stuff was for the basis of the community, that those are brought forward at the time the first spade goes in the ground. I don't want to wait 5 years, whatever it happens to be. They've got to be triggered straight away. I think that's that. So the last little bit, I suppose, is back to you, Orne.
Over to you. Carry on. You're on the phone.
If there was words earlier of the word defer, which made my ears sing, which was lovely, so these poor old lads could go, and lads and lasses could go and do their work. But actually, we would ask for a deferral because there is a whole raft of things that we need to talk about, scale, impact, etc., etc., etc. The mobility hub is an absolute classic. I came home from Cambridge and I saw a nice long line white of lights, and they've been mentioned as the TTP site. It looked like a train on the railway track, which is to the right. If you then put that onto this site, the mobility hub is 6 floors. I believe the car park at Addenbrooke's that we know and love, the one with the swirly bits on the side, is 7.
Sorry, your time is up.
I know my time is now up, and I'm sure there'll be 100 questions, Chair, so thank you very much.
Okay, have any questions? Councillor Wilson.
I've got 2 questions. The first one is there, I know that a creche would serve the people using the site, but is there much call in Melbourne itself for a creche? My second question is, how far is the science park from the station, and is it walkable if people were, perhaps if parking permits were limited to a certain number of people, would other people be able to walk from the station, or obviously they could cycle?
I'll come back on the creche one, if that's okay, through you, Chair. When I believe Bruntwood first consulted with the village, we actually had consultations with the other settings offering childcare in the locality. What is missing in Melbourne, from my understanding, is placements for people with very young babies. And one of the discussions was, you know, when we're thinking about the workforce, people returning to work, that's often what's required. So it certainly would appear that there would be enough demand for another place for children while the parents or carers are at work.
And the station, I'm going to take a guess, but I think it's probably from platform to the front gate of the proposed site. I would think it must be about getting on for 2 miles, give or take. I'm looking for you because you probably measured it with your wheelie thing. But I think it's going to be, it's between 1.5 to 2 miles. But the station does not have the ability for anyone with disability to come from the London track onto the Cambridge track, which then brings you back into the network, or the cycle network, or the smooth footpaths. It takes you over an 800mm wide footpath, which you've got across the road on a humpback bridge that goes across the railway. So it's lethal.
I think if Michael has something, Mr. Hammond has something.
Yeah, just whilst that was going on, I've just done a Google search. So from the other way around. So from Meldrift Station to Melbourne Science Park, it's a 24-minute walk, 1.1 miles is what it says on here. So yeah, that's what Google Maps says. So if that helps at all.
Okay. Sorry, we need to stop now. We need to pass a resolution to continue because we're reaching 4 hours. So can have a proposer and a seconder. Can we do it by affirmation? Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Wilson, did you have some? No, sorry. Okay, can we do by affirmation? Thank you, agreed. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry. Now, further questions. Who we got? Councillor Hawke, Dr. Hawke.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Thank you for your more wise presentation. In terms of the brown stuff, I think, is it paragraph 6.9? We know that Anglian Water is responsible for that. And though they have no objection, but it's their responsibility, and they do state that the Melbourne Water Recycling Centre does not have the capacity to treat the flows, but they are obligated to accept to do whatever they need to do. So in some respects, I know that exactly because we seem to have a lot of that happening in the district a lot. So, I mean, that for us is not something that we can say is a material consideration that, would stop us from looking at this. Is that something that you accept or agree with?
If I may, I totally accept what you're saying. As the local members, including councillor colleague, we're meeting with Anglian Water next week to try and sort out some of the issues in Meldrith, which eventually come into our, so they're kind of linked at one point on Station Road. So there are masses of issues. Now, we spent the last 3 years berating, I think is the polite way of saying it, Anglian Water to sort out the most simplest of problems in Meldrith, let alone Melbourne. And so I understand they have a 10-year capital spend cycle. I have no idea where we are in that 10 years. We'll be asking that next week. I suspect we're already into it and it's already been set in stone for what they're going to spend. So my worry, our worry, is that as this development starts to take off, that the equilibrium will gradually end up where we'll be totally level, and then we start to get into the issues of problem.
Okay, thank you.
I'm assuming there'll be an on-site catchment like there is on the TTP side. I think they put in a God knows how many thousands of litres catchment to pump.
My other question, please, Chair, is to do with the concern about the heights and the massing of the buildings. I mean, currently the buildings on the site are 2 stories, and the proposed new ones are mostly 3 stories, except the mobile hub. So in some respects, yes, the massing has increased by 1 story. Do you think that that is, I mean, are you saying that that is too high, causing the massing to be too much? And I know you said, it's not a, it's not a village thing, but Melbourne is a minor rural centre, according to our policy, which means there's potential for growth.
Councillor, can you have a question?
Yes, I did ask the question.
I think we've got the question. We understand exactly it. So, yes, the mass is great. The visual impact is great. We appreciate, as the guy said, that they've moved it back a fraction, and that's lovely. But these buildings are significantly large. And one of the things that was mentioned earlier were the photographs, and I think Mr. Rowland explained that. But one of the gem photographs that really annoyed me, and I did mention this on several occasions, which was there was a picture of the science park on the left-hand side with building C, which is a beautiful kind of copper type clad building. It does look, they look gorgeous. And on the other side of the Cambridge Road was a line drawing of the Grade 2 listed buildings with daffodils growing out of a tarmac path and 2 people walking a dog. It didn't represent the visual aspects of what you will actually see. So when the Moat Lane neighbourhood people did a scaled version of what it actually looked like, and they overlaid these guys' drawings over a proper street scene, it was oppressive, I think, to be polite. So if you put that there as you walk down the multi-use footpath on the left, which is to the front of the site, you feel you should be doing this. If you're driving into the village, all you see potentially is a wall of light. And one of the things that Mr. Hammond showed, and he made reference to it with the grey tower, which is on the back of a building at the back, which was going to be demolished and the mobility hub goes somewhere near it, that represents 3 stories. The mobility hub is twice the height of that. And so therefore you see the impact. The trees running down that eastern border are already mature. They're not going to get any bigger. So they're around about 3 stories. So you're going to see 3 stories of car park sticking out the top of a tree. And I know the representation's fine, but trees come and go, trees die, trees do this, that's what the nature of the business. We need to get this right. Bruntwood have a 250-year lease on that site. It will see Sally Ann and I out. We won't be councillors at the end of the lease. However, there will be decades of impact to the village if this isn't done right now. And we appreciate it has to be redeveloped. We appreciate it's got to go for the sciences. We want that. You heard the Parish Council say, we want that, and we want that as a community. But we do not want to be overshadowed by essentially a metropolitan landscape, if you like, on the edge of a doomsday book listed village, albeit big.
And is it okay, Chair, if I just respond as well? Thank you. Yeah, I'm going back to really this, you know, you look at the designs and I can't say that they're not great designs. They look wonderful, but it's where they are coming into Melbourne. When you sweep into Melbourne, and I know, yes, there is a science park there already, from the pictures you saw earlier, from the people looking from Armingford Crescent, or Asset Way, they're actually seeing red brick buildings at the moment, which you could assume could be just a big house, because there are lots of big red brick houses in Melbourne, as well as other different colour houses in Melbourne. And I think that's the thing that is feeling frustrating, that this what's being developed is not sympathetic and proportionate to the village. And when you sweep in at the moment, you come past that hedgerow, that green space, you see the green fields. And I think unless, if it was me, unless I could actually see that LVIA, photographs of that. I also note there are no photographs from Cambridge Road. There are houses on Cambridge Road that are opposite the entrance, and there are no photographs that show the impact of those buildings on those premises either.
Okay,
Councillor Handley.
thank you. First of all, could I just say to Mr Hammond that Councillor Hales has said something about something being twice as high as the tower that there is already there now. Would you mind checking that factually, because I think it's quite key. But my question is, and it goes back to the creche discussion, not knowing anything whatsoever about the village of Melbourne, I just ask if the problems that have been reported to us today about locating a creche on this site, if they can't be overcome, is there scope within the village to increase the facility, the creche facilities in the village, you know, even if, you know, if it has S106 monies?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. As far as I'm aware, no, we have a lot of problems finding space. We've had problems finding space for a youth club. That's why we now have the Connections bus that comes to Melbourne. We have an out-of-school club in Melbourne called Moose, Melbourne Out-of-School Club, and they also run a playgroup in the village, but that's obviously for children from about 2 years upwards. As far as I'm aware, there isn't any space, so it would be involved going to private nurseries, like Bumpkins, for example, or Little Bunnies in Shepworth. And the school doesn't have capacity to have any more buildings on that site, so there isn't any more, as far as I'm aware.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. If I can just return to traffic for a moment. I understand there's a possibility of over 900 vehicles turning into the sites in the morning. Some will probably be coming out of the village, but most will probably be coming off the A10. Added to that, I don't know how many hundred people work on the TTP site. Will these 1,000+ vehicles turning across, traffic coming out of the village, cause gridlock, do you think?
If we stick to the rules, what has been said, I think, by my esteemed colleagues to my right, that they all turn left out of the site and go up to Shepworth, i.e. the Frog End Junction, as it's called. That is very difficult to get out of and live if you try and jump in front of a car, because you have the level crossing that goes up in its sequences and you get a constant stream of cars through. So you're not going to get out quickly, which means 1,000 cars coming out at night are going to queue more or less back to the TTP Bruntwood site, because that's about the length of a car, and etc. So they will then make the obvious choice of doing a quick U-turn and doing right down to the traffic lights, which again has its own issues, as Councillor Williams rightly said. If they turn right, they're doing the same thing to go back down Station Road and try and queue to get out on the A10 there. That's dodgy. If they then go down further through the village, they go to the other Greenlow end, which is towards Royston, and again they have exactly the same issues. So we're going to be gridlocked on all of those three exits onto the A10. The other way, of course, is they go through Falmere, the Mill Road into Falmere, and go out that way to the 505, or they go down New Road to the 505, equally troublesome. And we have the school down Mortlock Road, which leads into, the primary school leads into New Road. So, in answer to your question, I really hope it doesn't happen, because it's going to be hell.
Drivers too tend to look for rat runs if they're stuck in traffic, so thank you for that.
Councillor Williams.
Sorry, Chair, thank you. Two questions around the traffic, because I do think that the scale we've heard both sides of, but the traffic seems to be quite a nub for further debate. One of which is the view about with the calculations, and obviously, I mean, we're talking about 1,000 cars, which is an awful lot, but really, according to the ratios, it should be more than that. And do you have any concerns around parking and any dangers that would potentially lead on to? Also, in relation to the directions of travel, I believe, and I think Councillor Hales and I had a mutual acquaintance that required the ambulance hub very urgently one day after an accident. He's nodding, so I think he knows who I'm referring to. Having access to that at speed is imperative. Is there any issue of which the rat running, has that been considered in your mind, and the ease of flow of traffic in relation to that? Because obviously that's not a piece of local infrastructure we would have necessarily in all villages.
It's really, excuse me, it's really quite difficult actually, because I think I understand the 106 agreements well enough to know that you can't sort out someone else's mess with the 106 for your development. So I have sympathy for the developers on this. The most obvious and easy method is to traffic light every single junction onto the A10 out of Melbourne, because that way it gives everybody a sporting chance of moving out. Unfortunately, that would probably cost millions at the end of the day. So, and I don't think there would be a requirement for the developers to do that. So it's an issue. As far as access, as you say, the more cars there are, the worse the access, the longer the wait. It's, an ambulance going out to A&E from Melbourne, if it's stuck behind even 100 cars getting out onto the A10 at Frog End, it would have to go on the wrong side of the road, around that dodgy bend by Dobbies, and then it's taken its life in its hands to try and get through. It is just, I think you're driving at the accident waiting to happen, frankly. So it does bother us. I don't think there's any real solution other than what I just said, but we're talking some significant investment in road traffic management, which would be unfair, to be fair, to inflict on the developer. So.
Thank you. And just one other thing about the Frog End round by Dobbies, and obviously you've got the Green Man as well around there. Has there, to your knowledge, been any view or any scope on the fact that actually you can go straight over on that junction? That's also, when you're going towards Shepworth, which a lot of people would do if they're coming from Camborne or this side. And obviously we have got the joy of the Foxton crossing not too far, which I have to say anybody that falls pregnant fears they're going to give birth in, because you get left there for so long. Has any provision been made for people making that junction for safety?
It was, if you recall, Councillor Williams, there was a slip road from the the Royston track, London track on the A10 into Melbourne. County Council Highways took that out as a safety measure after some fairly serious injuries were sustained at that junction. That has, in all fairness, made it safer because you've only got the 2 lanes to contend with and that's it. But that junction to Shepperth is a staggered crossroad, rather, and that in itself causes issues because people they'll want you going across the road and they'll try and jump out in front of something and get across. And then, of course, we've got the issue of the road network through Shepperth, and you still have the double barriers coming down there, which is now being shutting off Shepperth to the rest of the world on that line. So, no, that hasn't been considered, I'm sure, and frankly, it would be pointless because you couldn't do anything there anyway.
Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, thank you very much for that presentation. Before I ask my question, let me make it clear that I am confused, and I'll explain why. You commended the way that the applicants have engaged with the Parish Council over the last, I think, 3 years and more, until last August. And we heard from the applicants how they have adjusted their plans, resited the buildings, stepped them back a little bit, and other adjustments they've made in response. You went on to say that since August last year, this has taken too long to come to committee, and then you urge us to defer, to put it back even further. Do you want to just expand a little bit on what your view is on what we should do now?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Apologies, that might have been me leading to confusion. I was speaking when I was mentioning the August 23, that there hadn't been any more feedback from Bruntwood to the serious reservations that were shared. So there, it wasn't about the length of time it's come to committee, it's been the length of time that there has been time when perhaps things could have been addressed, but nothing has. It's just sort of feels like it's just sat on the shelf.
If I might, sorry, if I might add to that, Chair, the initial intention for this committee, for it to come to this committee, if I recall, was June last year. I think that was the first. I mean, yeah. To be fair, these people are not nasty people, right? We have had long conversations about it. They're doing their job. They've explained why they've got to do it. That's fine. We're doing our little bit here to try and put a hiccup in that. But in all seriousness, we've been talking about this for a long time. And one of the big things has been, I think you guys will probably agree, is it's the scale and impact. We want the site redeveloped. We want it to go for science. We want it to be a big employer in the thing, and we want our name on the map in far as that's concerned, just like TTP is. But we do not want to live on the edge of a city, which is what it feels like. And those buildings are cityscape buildings. If they can bring them down a floor, and I know Mr. Rowland's having kittens, right? But if you can bring them down a floor, you're laughing. And I know you don't want to dig out dirt, but that multi-storey car park, I'll use the phrase because that's what it is. Because I think the the other one, Grand Arcade, has got a bike rental and repair shop at the bottom of it too, right? And this has got more spaces, as you were reminded earlier. So it can be buried by 2 floors. It won't be the impact on it, on the rest of what you see. People will be a damn sight happier and accepting. I think that's really where we're coming from. Thanks.
Okay, I wanted to ask a question. I think there's been some people have been talking about 1,000 extra vehicles. Perhaps a point of information from how many vehicles are existing on the site? What will be the increase in the number of vehicle parking spaces? Because it's not 1,000.
I can look into that figure, Chair. I was looking at another figure actually about the traffic, but I don't know if you had another question for the members while
Well, I was going to ask, yes, the TTP development has already come in and will have increased the amount of traffic. With the existing development, how much difference has the TTP development made to the traffic in the village? Can you give some, because this might give some indication of what you're expecting in the future.
Right. If I recall, and please forgive if the numbers are wrong, but I believe that the total employee for the new Birchwood campus is something in the region of 400 to 500, I think. It could be a fraction less. They aren't, as far as I recollect, up to full capacity at the moment. That kind of reflects what was roughly on their old site, bar a few extras, because the new site has got better space and better usage. But if that answers your question, so that coupled with the potential for the front of the site, i.e. the Bruntwood site, probably puts numbers into the 14 to 1500 mark, I would have thought.
14 to 1500 mark total?
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much indeed.
Chair, if it's okay, I'll come back on, there was a question you raised there about traffic numbers. Unfortunately, looking at the documentation, I'll share my screen just so you can see what I'm also looking at. Bear with me. So in terms of trying to find the existing development traffic, the document says to refer to figure 15. When I've gone to figure 15, unfortunately, it's a bit of a, I don't really know what to make of that, unfortunately. It needs a bit of a transport expert to probably digest it. But what I would say is, and the reason I brought this up is because we have got the figures for what the proposal would be in terms of the peak hours, for example. So I know there was a lot of mention about 1,000 cars going to and from. It's important to note, though, that in terms of the AM peak and the PM peak, so your 8 till 9 and 5 till 6, I believe it is, there's, in the morning, anticipated to be 570 trips associated with the employment in terms of both in and out. And then in the PM peak, there'll be 385. So whilst there will be 1,000 staff, it does say further up here, if you bear with me. So 1,148 staff members will be based at the Melbourne Science Park site. But as I mentioned earlier, there's things like an absence rate of 10% for people working from home, annual leave, etc. apply to that. So just want to make that clear that it wasn't necessarily 1,000 during that peak period. But if I can just take this opportunity, Chair, to come back on some other points. There was a point raised, I think Councillor Handley, raised about the heights and about this tower and how big it is. I did obviously scale these earlier, and the top of that existing tower on the site is 12.9 metres, according to my calculations there. The proposal would be 21.2, so it's not quite double. It's 3 metres or so, 3 or 4 metres short of being double. But just wanted to point that out, that it's going from 12.9 metres in terms of the top of that tower to the top of here would be 21.2 metres. So I just want to point that out. And then I had to come back as well. Councillor Williams, you raised a point about the enforceability in relation to traffic. And we've sort of got two aspects to this. There's condition 12, criteria B, which talks about the construction traffic and how they have to tell us which routes they're going to take, for example, for construction traffic entering, and there's enforcement measures, and they need to include enforcement measures to ensure they're taken. And obviously there's condition 37, which we talked about already, which is the travel plan, which is operational, so people coming and going for their jobs. Obviously, their conditions, we feel they're enforceable. It'll be a case that if there's a reported breach, for example, we'd have to raise it with the planning compliance team and see where that takes us in terms of that action. Can't really obviously preempt that, but we think they're enforceable, so we wouldn't recommend them otherwise. And Chair, I'm mindful there was a lot of talk about how the scheme has kind of been developed through the pre-app. I don't know if it would be helpful. There's a slide in the design and access statement which does kind of show how the scheme's moved on in that cycle. I don't know if you'd find that useful for me to present briefly.
I think it might be helpful.
Okay, I'll just quickly, it's in their pack, so this isn't anything that's not in the public domain. I've got this annoying little thing at the top now, which is stopping me getting to the tabs. That's wonderful. Bear with me. Sorry, just bear with me. Yes, that's the one. So I'll zoom in because this is going to be tiny. So we had pre-app 1, which was this one here on the left. And you'll see it's a lot different to what we've got in front of us. If I point out, for example, the moat house extension was significantly bigger. It wasn't subservient, so that's been changed a lot. You can see the form of block B and the scale of that has changed quite dramatically, as have a lot of this. I think we referred to this as the piano at one point, but it's changed shape and obviously gone for a different design. And the mobility hub, for example, has gone from sort of rotated 90 degrees because of the amount of massing in that corner. So that was the first pre-app we had. And then if I go left, you can see where we've got a scheme that's getting closer to what we've got. I think this moat house is still a bit too big, and the form of some of these blocks I think still needed refining, as well as this gateway building. And I think block F has changed its position as well. And then, for example, we move on to the third pre-app, which this one where you can start to see that triangle form taking shape, for example. It's been obviously an iterative process, but I just wanted to point out that there has been quite a lot of change with it. If it goes on to the next slide, or no, it does. There's more pre-apps. So then, for example, with the fourth pre-app, we start to get something at block B, which is a bit close to what we've got. Block C is broadly similar to what we've got now. I think it was roughly at this point it went to design review panel as well. So then move on to, obviously there's a bit of a different rendering, but move on to this, where we actually had, I think, quite a lot of extra greenery on the sides, and us as officers actually suggested they remove some of that, for example. And then we move on to essentially the scheme we've got in front of us. So I thought it might be useful just to show that it's been through, that's 6 pre-apps in total. So it's just to show how it's gone along that journey. But yeah.
Thank you, that was helpful. Now we move to, sorry, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 quick things, one of which you were asking about, and the parking was, so we're looking for the net difference. I do wonder, the applicants probably, we might not know, but the applicants probably know how many car parking spaces they've currently got on site. So you might wish to use discretion, Chair, to get an answer to your own question there. When it comes to mobility hubs, there is a definition of a mobility hub, because we keep saying it, but my view of that is it's a car park. A mobility hub are places in a community that bring together public transit, bike share, car share, and other ways for people to get where they need to go without a private vehicle. This mobility hub is car parking spaces and a bit of bike rental. How does that quite, how are we squaring that circle of that definition?
I don't, it's a question, but really for the developer, but it's a question of terms. I think, do councillors feel they understand what the mobility hub actually is? That's the question I would ask people, because we need to decide upon whatever it's called. Do we understand what the mobility hub is? Yes, Councillor Wilson.
When I was reading the papers, I did ask myself the question, what is a mobility hub? And I saw it as somewhere that would probably ease the mobility of people who had trouble getting around the site, perhaps, and offering other facilities, not just cars and parking for cars and cycles. So that's why I asked the question earlier whether it had any other significance.
Chair, I'm afraid all the way through this, I've been thinking of this as a multi-storey car park. Sorry.
I must admit, this is what I assume it is. Whatever it's called, I want to be sure that people are happy that they understand what it is. Okay, fine. we'll leave that for the developer to define what he wants to call it, but we understand what the item is. That's really important, the important issue from the point of view of decision making.
So the idea is for us to understand it, but also the application is for a mobility hub, not a car park. So where we stand on that is my question.
Through you, Chair, I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's a car park over multiple levels. I don't think the fact whether it's called a mobility hub or in terms of planning, I don't think it changes the way that you would approach it. It has the appearance of a multi-storey car park, it's able to accommodate cars over multiple stories. It doesn't really affect the planning balance. Yeah.
Okay, now we come. Oh, Councillor Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. Before I go into the debate, I just want to ask officers, considering all the discussions we've had on the creche, if there is a way in which we can bring back the opportunity to actually put the creche back into this.
Through you, Chair, yes, there probably is the answer. So condition 42, as currently drafted, refers to class E and then classes D and E within that class. Now what we could do is change that to D, E and F. F would capture the creche. So if members were minded that they wanted the creche effectively back in, then expanding it to D, E and F would allow that. So that would be amending condition 42, if you're minded to do so.
Just to jump in and clarify that the description of development also would allow for to be added in as well. And it would just mean that there'd be an informative that we'd need to remove if members wished us to do so. No, to add the use as a creche, which would be class EF, there's an informative recommended by officers to say that although it's shown on the approved plans, that there's no permission given for the creche, so we'd need to remove that.
Are members happy about this? Can I get an indication by affirmation that they're happy or not? Councillor Redrup.
My understanding was that the creche was taken out due to highways concerns, and that the developer mentioned removing a different condition around the parking, I think, or something around building A that would be necessary to allow the creche.
Councillor Williams.
Just please, can we ask how many parking spaces there currently are on site?
Yeah. Perhaps you could give us a quick answer.
So just for the record, did I hear that as 729 existing car parking spaces?
There are 729 car parking spaces on the site at the moment. There is also an unimplemented planning permission for a further 46 car parking spaces on the site.
So the increase is of the order of 200?
203.
Okay, thank you. I think that's you. Councillor Hawkins.
So thank you. Just to come back to Councillor Dr. Redrup's question. When the highways officer answered my question, he said he didn't say that any facilities should be taken out. Okay. When the highways officer answered my question about the creche, why it was taken out, he did say that he didn't say any facility should be taken out of that building. And you've also heard Mr. Rowland saying if that's what we wanted, then we could see it.
There seems to be a general contentment. Am I judging the view of members that they're happy with this proposed suggested amendment? Is there anybody not happy with it?
Is the proposal to change the class of the what the applicant is requesting?
Yeah.
I'll say, because I don't think we can do that. They would have to request it.
Apologies, I thought I'd tried to clarify that. The description of development includes class E, and so and the creche was shown on the plans, we suggested or recommended a condition to remove, which removed the use as a Class E Part F from the proposed, or from the approval, by removing it from Block A. We put a condition saying that Block A could only be used as D and E under Class E. The applicant applied for Class E. We'd restricted which parts of Class E it could be used for. We are saying if members wish to expand the restriction that we'd put in place, that we could add the creche back in, and it is already shown on the plans.
It was commented that one might think about the travel plan, about how that managed the parking on site, and that should be considered. But that's a later stage. Sorry, can we now get on to formally onto the debate, which we should be on? We've been discussing getting more information.
So
Chair, have we any questions?
I'm still not clear. Are we accepting that should happen?
Nobody has objected. I've asked whether people, everybody seems to be in favour. Can I have affirmation that everybody is happy with that change to the conditions?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay,
Thank you.
Fine. Okay, we're clear on that. Can we now get into the debate? Who's first in the debate? Okay. Do you mean Councillor Hawkins? No? No. The question, sorry. Councillor Williams, okay.
As Councillor Dr Hawkins is in a state of shock over there, I think I'll go first, perhaps. So yes, we know there is need for expansion of science, and given where we are, we can't say no to every science application or science-based application. And I think there is support, and actually over years an acceptance of the science park where it is, and it is a source of employment for people locally, and that's a positive thing. Sorry, so I think the principle, it's not like trying to put in a brand new science park somewhere. So on that, it has very many merits. I do understand, though, the concerns around the lighting that residents have raised. It feels like it was a very long time ago that we had that now, Chair, but we should refresh our memories of that. And we have to look at those existing residents and their quality of life, and any future residents that may occupy those houses. The car park, I'm sorry, it's not a mobility hub, the car park is too high, in my view. It needs to be lower. I appreciate that there are commercial reasons why developers will want to not go into the ground and have basement car parking, but I think to make this an acceptable development, it needs to be lower down. So, and I also appreciate that they need the capacity and the viability of it. So, I understand why you need the level of space to get the office space and what have you, but there are ways that this could be mitigated, and there are ways to make this application acceptable. I'm certain of that, but that is not what we have in front of us. We have the parking, which we have gone on a lot about, and rightly so. I still am concerned about such difference in the calculation and what's been provided. The increase of 200 spaces, which is what we've established as the net increase, or 200 and something, is not as bad as if you're putting 1,000 brand new on there, I take it. But I do have concerns about the safety requirements that will lead to with people if we can't enforce it. That I don't think, though, I'm going to be able to give that ground for refusal on, because officers have put in conditions and the like. So for me, it really is the heights. I think there's a lot to be celebrated in the design. And I think some of the design, I particularly like the improvements that are being made with the plants going down. I forget which building it is now, apologies. But yeah, the existing building, I think things like that should be encouraged, and I want to encourage it. I think the loss of a creche is something that's very controversial in this room. I think the developers are probably hearing that loud and clear. And perhaps there is a job for us to be clearer with officers as well about what members' expectations are around things such as creches. So I think we've all got a role to play in that one. It's such a shame that it's so high. I take on board the issues around sewage, but I think we're in the situation we're in with Anglian Water. I'm just trying to make sure we've you're heard on that one. It's just we are in a difficult position as ever. So, and on the transport, without a statutory objection, it would be hard to refuse on that ground. I can completely see how other members would take a different view and feel that the height for them wasn't an issue. But for me, where it is, we do need to keep our countryside the countryside. Yes, to modernise. Yes, to embrace that local economy. But it's pretty whopping high. So it's a no from me, I'm afraid.
Councillor Hand.
I think I do agree with Councillor Williams largely. What we're seeing here, aren't we, is, tech companies want to come and build in the Cambridge area. It's all part of the government, and the government are trying to encourage, Silicon Fen and all of that. Cambridge is a go-ahead place all around the Cambridge University, and we've got something here which is potentially a really good part of that. But we still haven't, the government yet hasn't put in the infrastructure that we need to make it all work. I'm not talking more generally. We talked about traffic lights off the A10 so people can get out of the village. That kind of thing. It's got to be thought through. And I feel sorry for the developer because they're obviously investing huge sums of money here. And there are things that they just cannot control, which are going to make us wonder if this isn't the right place for it to be. So I am also worried, like as Councillor Winnie said, I'm worried about the height, the massing, and I'm hoping that the developer can come back with mitigation for that.
Councillor Shane.
Thank you, Chair. It was clear from the comments of the Parish Council and indeed from the local members that the Parish Council were clear that they support this in principle, but with severe reservations. And the local members also accepted the need for this science park to be, let's call it, updated. And we've heard also all the various stages that the applicants have been through. You only have to read the comments of the unfortunately named urban design team in the council, which set out all the changes that have been made to accommodate local concerns and indeed design concerns as well. I think, to be fair to the developers, we have to recognise that the reason they are not able to further reduce or do not feel able to further reduce the height of, let's call it, the car park, are not commercial. They have done all they can to reduce the number of cars being accommodated, despite some pressure to go the other way. Those reasons are to do with groundwater and sustainability. And, of course, we would like the developers, if they can, to find a way of reducing the height of that building in particular. But we have to recognise that we are here to consider what is before us, not what we may wish was before us. Although, of course, deferral is always an option. Now, having agreed that there is a need for this science park to be updated, the question is one of scale and how that can be accommodated on this site. And I am inclined to defer to the applicant's expertise as to what is needed to make this viable. Because I don't think the Parish Council and others would have pride in this if it didn't come up to date and meet the needs of the marketplace. And in that respect, I think we've also got to take account of national guidance, which Councillor Hanley just referred to. And I think all members will recognise where this comes from, but recent assessment last week by the department There is a significant shortage of, they call it laboratory space in Cambridge. Businesses are seeking 2.2 million square feet of lab space between Oxford, Cambridge and London. And larger occupiers expanding in Greater Cambridge could take years to acquire the right facilities, with the risk that they choose to locate outside of the UK entirely. Now, we have got, as a planning committee, to consider the national pressures as well as the local factors. It is clear to me that over an extended period, the applicants have done what they can to take account of local concerns, and that in putting forward this proposal, they are meeting a very important national need, as well as updating a science park that is important to the local community. And I would certainly be opposed to deferring it. I think it is time for us to, as was said by the local members, it has taken rather too long for this to come to committee. It is now time for us to take a decision on it. And I would say that whilst it would be great if the developers, the applicants could take further account of some local concerns, we recognise that they have probably gone to the limits of what they can do on the height of the buildings, and therefore the time has come for us to approve this application as submitted, as recommended by officers.
Okay, Councillor Williams. Then I would like to have a speak.
Thank you. Some advice would be good, as a lot of reference has been made to national policy and recent documentation as what that actually has in planning weight. Because the way I look at it is we are determining this application with our local plan policies, with all the information we've been given today. We've had reference to reports, I believe, from the case of Cambridge there. What planning weight, if any, does it have? Or am I right in believing that we have the ability to determine this application ourselves on our local policies here?
If I can come back. Obviously, yes, we do need to look at the local policies, but we also need to be mindful of material considerations. In my report, in the conclusion section, sorry, I'm just trying to find the paragraph numbers, I do refer to, for example, and I think it's in the main body of the text, sorry, but there is, for example, the industrial strategy, I think it's got a new name, but for example, there is the National Industrial Strategy, which highlights that clusters such as life sciences and R&D are an important part of the government's strategy. Now, I've given that weight as an officer in terms of coming to my decision. I've also been mindful that, as Councillor Fain said, there is this shortage of employment space, and I think paragraph 8.192 of my report probably summarises it best, is that there is this demand for it. Obviously, yes, in very recent days almost, that case for Cambridge has come out. That's very new, very fresh. Notwithstanding that, I think if you look back at the government's industrial strategy, the NPPF, I think there's quite a clear demand for this and quite a support from government for this, which we do attribute weight to. I'd be reticent to attach weight to case for Cambridge right now because it is very new and very fresh, personally. But I think that you can historically look back at NPPF, the government's industrial strategy, for example, as well as the information I provided in the report as material planning considerations. That's my feeling, but you might come back.
But in any of those cases, does it say that you have to just approve because it's a certain sector and not take into consideration local considerations?
No, is the short answer. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Hawkins, you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Just on that point, I think in our emerging local plan, we identified we would need about 13.5 million square foot up to 2041. And so far, we've identified, I think it's 9.8 in supply coming forward up to 2041. So, of course, there is a shortfall. And I think what is proposed here is about 500,000 square foot or something like that, uplift, which will go some way to meeting that shortfall that we currently have in our emerging local plan. So that is our emerging local policy, right? Rather than the, the case for Cambridge that Mr. Gove, is talking about. And frankly, if we were to approve this, it will come to fruition before Mr. Gove's plan actually sort of, see the light of day, sorry. But just to continue on that, I mean, I want to commend the applicants on the way they've engaged with the community. It just seems that it's not been done, you know, to the end, really, as it should have been. And so this issue with the concern about the massing and the height, obviously, you know, is still coming to fore. As I said before, the site is within the framework of Melbourne, which is a minor rural centre. And yes, our policy supports creating employment space in places like that. The question is, does the scale of this match the size of Melbourne? I don't know. I mean, there needs to be something on the site. We all agree to that. In some ways, I think there is a match. And we might not all like it, but of course, we also need to bear in mind that the built environment team, I would not say urban team, you know, have looked at this. We've seen how things have evolved, how the proposal has evolved. And yes, there is also a viability issue here. So this is where, you know, we might not like it, but I think the applicants have done what they can do to make this proposal work. So I think in some respects, I'll be looking at approving this.
Thank you. Okay, I was, oh, sorry, Councillor Handley. Yes. Now, I was speaking now. There were some of these aspects are very subjective in terms of scale and massing. And there is a tendency to think that anything that any building is ugly, full stop. Any building is an impact. And there are issues to do with distance that you view them in terms of the scale. One lesson that I learned when I first was looking at landscape issues was that the further something is from you, the less, the more it becomes just an item in the landscape rather than an impact. So so in that sense, the view of the car park coming from Cambridge is viewed at a distance over space. We can't really take account. There's emerging allocation, but it's very low weight. So we can't take really the implication of what it will be in the middle of a development as it is now. And any future development would have to adapt to whatever is there. So I don't take that as a great weight. The car park viewed from Moat Lane distance, it's 60 metres compared to 20, so it's 1 in 3 height. The question is whether that is overbearing. They've moved it back, they've done what they can at that height. It's to the east of to the northeast really of Moat Lane houses, so it's not going to shade them except at 4 o'clock in the morning. The image shown on the items that were sent around to us, actually, if you look at the shadows, that was what would happen at 4 o'clock in the morning. So even if it were to shadow on the things, it's not like to have a big impact on the houses. You're really worried about what's happening in the full light of day. So I don't see that it's going to be as commented a sunlight issue on any of the properties. The ones to the other side of Cambridge Road to the south are not going to be shaded because they're to the south of the main development. So I don't feel personally that height, that distance from the houses in Moat Lane, I think they will adapt to it. I don't think it's really going to, after 6 months, that will be just for the environment, and I don't think they will be upset. But that's my personal subjective view. The houses, the buildings along Cambridge Road, to me are more concerned, though there's been less objections. Because there's quite a big difference in scale on both sides of the roads. And the houses along the road, I think, will be impacted. Now, the question is whether that's sufficient of an impact, it will be an impact, to refuse the application. And I think the fact that the buildings are to the north of the houses, and therefore won't have an impact on the light, has an impact on me and how overbearing they might feel. The gardens will be facing south, people will be in the houses. It's a bit like having a fairly narrow road with houses on the other side, because when they're closer, they seem bigger. So, and there's quite a wide road there. So I don't feel personally that that is enough of an impact for me to say that we should refuse. There is a tendency, as we've seen in other developments, to take existing parks and build them up higher. That seems to be the way trends are going. Now, are we going to... that's a subjective judgment where you think that that's acceptable, but we've granted some, we've refused some in the more urban area of Cambridge. This is much more open site than many of the other sites that we've looked at. There's a lot of greenery in the middle. None of the other sites have this sort of degree of greenery within the site. In some ways, it has more to do with like Granted Park. They're not on a bigger scale, but on a smaller scale, like Granted Park, with larger buildings around a central green space. The lighting now will mainly be within the green space in the middle of the public to open space lighting, and that's been designed. The impact of the houses in Remote Lane, I think, will mainly be actually from the existing building, which is not being removed. I think that's much closer and will have a bigger impact on those houses than the new ones. Despite the other one's greater height, they're further away. So the lighting plan should support, one would hope would support the lighting. I did, about 20 years ago, look at street lighting, public lighting as one of my projects. And there are designs of lighting which, using faceted reflectors, which can very much constrain where light lands. And I'm sure that they will look at that, and that will be an issue. Coupled with the buildings around the edge, I would hope that a lighting plan could be devised which would not be an intrusion. So overall, when I consider the national pressure, the shortage of such property around here, while I understand the concerns of the local residents, I'm coming around to thinking that I'll be in support of this application. Councillor Ariel Khan.
Yes, I think one of the things it really comes down to is that we're trying to decide whether the benefits, the material benefits of this application will outweigh the impact, and it does have an impact on the landscape, rural landscape on the area. And I think that when it comes down to it, overall, I think the impact has, that the developer has done a lot to try to mitigate the impact as much as they can. And they've clearly put a lot of work into doing that, into mitigating it, as you've mentioned, the design, keeping the green spaces inside to limit the effects of the lighting, scaling back as much as they believe they could. Their buildings, the buildings themselves, I think the design is great. They've clearly put a lot of work into it. And tentatively, I believe that overall, the benefit that the park would end up bringing both to the local area and to the national needs would about outweigh the limited impact. So I'm tentatively also thinking that I would be in support of this application because of it.
Yeah, have I? Councillor Redbrook.
Hi, thank you. I guess to me it comes down to whether it is in keeping with Melbourne, and that's I guess that's where I'm struggling with, because it is a very different look to how it has been before. Before, the buildings were relatively a bit large, but they kind of looked a bit residential. They had kind of different shapes and roofs. And now the style that's being proposed is very different. The heights are much larger. It's sort of more like 20 metres. So for me, it's quite a difficult one because it is on the edge of a village and it does look very different. I guess I haven't quite decided yet which way I want to go. But can I just ask, I raised a couple of possible conditions earlier in case of approval, and I wonder what other members think about those, about trying to make sure that the greenery on the buildings is maintained if it's approved, the possibility of an EV charger around the Moat Hotel, and then perhaps thinking about the timing of the Section 106, and perhaps Councillor Hales raised about whether that could come in at commencement of work rather than at use. So I think I'd be in favour of supporting that if we could do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. My main concern is the size and bulk of the mobility hub and the numbers of vehicles that are expected to be travelling to the site and the impact that will have on Melbourne. But as we've discussed, it does need updating the site, and this research and development buildings are needed. I'm pleased that we're adding something to allow for a creche. That was one of my suggestions. Like Councillor Redrup, if Section 106, the community buildings the community use could be brought forward, I think I would find some support for that, and and at the moment I'm still undecided, but yeah, those are my concerns.
Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. I'd have preferred that this application came forward with a detailed active travel plan. I've heard warm words from the developer, but at the moment I'm struggling with how tomorrow's headlines about South Cam's approved 6-storey, multi-storey car park in rural South Cambridgeshire squares with our aspiration to be green to our core. The two things don't match up, I'm afraid. So I won't repeat what everyone else has already said. I agree with the previous comment.
Okay. Have we any other comments? Now, okay, we better consider. There have been comments made by Councillor Redrup about potential conditions if we will be to approve this proposal. Can you suggest more details so that we know exactly what's concerned?
Oh, do you want him to?
I was just going to say, I think I've got a note of most of them. So that we could look at an amendment to condition 23 to include provision of EV charging within the Moat House car park. And I think the other one I picked up was an amendment to condition 17 to include, which is the hard and soft landscaping scheme, to include details of the boundary landscaping as well. Was that the two? Oh, and the 106, we can look at the triggers at the point when it's being drafted, because obviously these are the triggers that have been identified and suggested by the Section 106 team. We could look at the triggers, which might have to look at making them relevant to particular buildings. Would that be acceptable?
Can suggest that we that when they come forward that they come back to Chair and Vice, or will we come back to committee with the Section 106? No, I don't think we will. So confirm. I mean, I think that's obviously the way forward, that you have You probably will go stages, would you?
I think the one that we were looking at was about the community facilities, and at the minute the trigger suggested is preoccupation towards the cost of additional capacity for health and well-being space. So we could look at the trigger of that one.
Okay. Wilson. Yes. Yeah, Councillor Wilson.
Do we know the order in which all these works are going to be carried out so we can define a trigger?
Yes, there is a phasing plan condition attached to it, but we do also have an indicative idea, but just you have to bear with me while I source it. But there is a phasing plan condition, but I can look for it in the background, but you have to let me stop sharing. So.
Did you want to? No. There is a question I would like to ask of the officers. In terms of the only providing 45, I think it is electric car park charging points in the car park. Is it I believe it's a building regulations requirement now that every site you have to have an ability to supply EV. Now, perhaps you could confirm that or not. How does it work?
I can't necessarily come back on building regs, but I know that the mobility hub, however you want to call it, has got the potential for what's called passive provision, which is what you're referring to, where it has the routing so that if more spaces were needed, they could be installed. It doesn't prevent it. I'm not the building regs. I know for new dwellings they have to, but I don't know if it applies to employment development, unfortunately, off the top of my head. But yeah,
it is provided for in the application. That's
yes, so there's passive provision within the mobility hub as well as the ones that are already shown. So there's scope in there. I think, but rightly though, we need to amend that condition so that the moat house, for example, can cater for it.
Okay, now we come, I think everybody's had their say. So Rebecca would like to, the development manager would like to go through the application and what is in front of us, and then we'll go to a vote, okay?
Thank you, Chair. You're going to bear with me, there is quite a list of amendments to conditions. So recommendation is to approve subject to the conditions set out with amendments to condition 15, excuse me, to include, as detailed by Michael in his presentation, to remove off-site references, to condition 17 to include details of the boundaries, to condition 23 to include the moat house provision of EV charging. Then, as Michael outlined in his presentation, there's a revision change to some of the highway plans, so that is an amendment to condition 26. Slight amendment to condition 28 to refer to the each new or refurbished building, which then means condition 29 can be deleted. There's an amendment to condition 37 to be 5 years following the final occupation, not the first occupation, for the monitoring reports. Condition 38, 39 and 40, revision G to the highways plans. Condition 42 to be amended to reference use class C1 for the hotel and add in use class EF to allow the provision of the creche, and deletion of condition informative number 15, plus the satisfactory completion of the section 106 agreement with review of the trigger for the community facilities contribution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, you had a comment.
Thank you. There was one other condition, something that I referred to earlier. So my concern was about having the difference, if you recall, right back before we even had public speakers, about the difference in the parking that was followed by the ratio and for what was prescribed. And one of the things about parking and how that would go on. Now, on other sites, we've had need, as part of the monitoring programme, to then have things like double yellow lines, particularly if a crash does appear, then you would have them for safety reasons. Can we have a condition or an informative, or have it as part of the section 106 that there is provision to put in place things such as, but not limited to, double yellow lines if they become required? And that's just something that has been one of the concerns raised that I don't think we've quite dealt with. We have in previous applications made sure that there is provision to, if we needed to enforce something.
We had a provision in the Orchard Park application, I remember.
Provision in Orchard Park, if you remember, I asked whether, and we referred to it earlier, we have provision there for that.
I'd need to look at that again. I'm concerned on enforcement of...
So the provision we had on Orchard Park was that there would be an allowance for double yellow lines if through the, you know, as they go forward, they were required. Earlier on, you said that it was very much like the same condition as Orchard Park, but I'm just asking for that to be really assured and clarified.
As I remember, there was £5,000 added to the section 106, which is not a major issue, but just to provide the funding for it if it was needed.
Yes, there was provision made and finances made for that, particularly if we are discussing a potential creche that's going to be added.
Okay. Yes, point noted. So yeah, like you said, on the Orchard Park scheme last month, there was that requirement for the £5,000. Obviously, that is specific to that site. What I don't know is if there would need to be any parking control measures associated with this. But I do see your point that they could come about as a result of travel plan work. So I think there would need to be potentially, I don't know, I'll refer to Rebecca or Vanessa at this point, but whether it's a case of the condition has the monitoring in there for the travel plan, or whether you'd be seeking for it to be included in the 106. But I can see Vanessa hovering over her button.
What I need to establish is, you're talking about double yellow lines. Is that on land that would be within the public?
Yeah, it would be a highway.
So that would be for, we don't control, we can't enforce. The council itself has no ability to enforce on a public road on the double yellow lines. That's not within our gift.
I'm not talking about the enforcement. I mean, the council does have other powers in which parking can be enforced. The issue was we could leave them with other authorities not having anything to enforce against. So what we had, for example, in Arrington on that planning application with multi-trail, what we've had in Orchard Park in relation to the hotel there, especially when there is this variance in parking, that we have that backup and we have a provision made for it. So that it can be installed. I'm not saying that the planning officers enforce the parking tickets, but there should be provision made, especially given the difference in parking. I think that's a really important point if a majority of members are minded to approve this.
Sorry, councillors, I want to be clear. What provision are you thinking?
Literally the same as we had in Orchard Park, where we had provision put in. We had we had £5,000 to ensure that they could be implemented, not enforced. No, they could be installed, and there was sufficient funds. I mean, we're talking about on that ratio a huge amount of. I appreciate the modelling, but it's a huge amount of parking to the ratio to this. And we had the same situation in Orchard Park. We put a condition, and I'm just asking for like consistent conditioning here between the two, given the parking issue. In fact, in this case, is worse on the difference.
And you will probably need to put it in no stopping rather than no parking.
I've said yellow lines or equivalent. Yeah, I'm not a transport expert, but I want to make sure there's provision. Particularly, we've heard the strong views of a creche being included. Highway safety is going to be paramount.
The suggestion was done if it proved necessary. So as you review how the travel plan works out, as I remember in the Orchard Park situation.
Provision was made in the Orchard Park. We need to make sure it's made here.
If it became a problem, and it wasn't an obligation.
I think you might want to include it full stop if we're going to be a creche.
Okay, so what I'm doing is waiting 5 minutes for the officers to decide. We'll break for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll have a vote straight away. And then we'll get on, try and deal with the other items. So we're not too late. That's right. Okay. Would the development manager please outline the recommended, were we to approve, what the recommended change of conditions will be?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to propose to run through all the wording changes again, because I think hopefully I've captured all of those last time. So recommendation is approve, subject to the planning conditions with the minor amendments I've already set out, together with the satisfactory completion of a Section 106 agreement, with amendments to the trigger point for the community facilities contribution, and also to add an additional obligation of £10,000 to be paid by the applicant to the council for onward transmission to the county council as the local highways authority towards identified traffic management measures, which should be identified via the monitoring and feedback mechanism included in condition 37. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, may I just through you, that was my
Yes.
mistake, because I gave the wording to Rebecca. That should have said paid by the owners.
Thank you. Now can we go to a vote, please? If you're, just to clarify, if you're voting in favour, you're voting to approve in line with the offerer's recommendation. If you're voting against, you're voting to refuse the application. Thank you. Two more. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10. There should be, yeah, one more person who hasn't voted. Somebody, we're waiting for one more vote. Yes, okay, fine. Okay, fine. Thank you very much indeed. What's the result? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. So by 7 votes to 3, the application is approved in accordance with everything Rebecca's detailed for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. After that long application procedure. Now we move on to item, I've got the number right now, 10 on the agenda. Chris Braybrook. I would like to try and finish now. We've just had 5 minutes. Chris Braybrook was not able to stay this late, so we're Development Manager Rebecca Smith is going to present that to us.
Thank you, Chair, and I promise to be quick. So Chris has put together our usual compliance report, which sets out the team had 651 cases in the whole of Greater Cambridge, around 300 of them being open cases in South Cambridgeshire, 56 new referrals during February, and there's also the information about which ones are priority A, B and C, together with how many cases were closed during the month, and there were no new enforcement notices served during February. If you've got any questions, I will take a note. Thank you, Chair.
Have we any questions? Hey, Councillor Sanford.
Thank you. Another question. Can I point out the formatting of Appendix 1 has got rather mangled. There's orphan text at the top of the page, and incomplete explanation at the bottom of the page, I believe. No, that one's okay, but it's the first one that's... Okay.
I think that's the appeals report.
Yeah, I think...
Sorry.
I think you can ignore that comment. I'm losing the will to live.
Thank you very much. It's noted. Noted. Can we come now to the appeals?
Have you any?
I have nothing further to add to the report, Chair. There's the decisions received from the Secretary of State, along with 2 new appeals that we received during February, and then the ever-growing list of appeals waiting decision from the Inspectorate. If anybody has any specific questions about any of the specific appeals, please let me know and I can come back to you. Thank you, Chair.
Do you have any questions, anybody? Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Hanley.
Look, I appreciate this is probably one you'll have to take away, but there is an issue in my village which was resolved 6 months ago, which I'm getting almost constant demands for enforcement. I will give you details later, but they're going to be breathing down our necks, because six months is after which you can start to take the action that you're supposed to.
Okay, thank you very much. The date of the next meeting will be held on the Wednesday, the 10th of April. I will not be present at that next meeting, so it will be Councillor Fane will be taking chair. So thank you very much indeed. Welcome you all back again in a month's time.